Hey everybody, and welcome to another first impressions video of the Mirefoot class from the Crimson Scales Gloomhaven sort of fan-made spin-off expansion, whatever you want to call it, version of the game. It's not officially licensed, so it's not kind of officially canon, but it's a really high production kind of fan-made project that's just insane really in scope. A whole campaign, all free to play on Tabletop Simulator or as a print and play, and they even did a kind of standalone printed version which you could order. I don't know if you can still order that now, but if you go over to thecrimsonscales.com, you can go and check the project out there. As with all of these first impressions videos, we will be doing them just as we see the cards, so there may be a few small things that we get wrong, but we will try and do our best as the video progresses on. And also there are some nice people who are from the Crimson Scales team who are actually in chat on hand sometimes to give a little bit of extra advice if things get a bit confusing, so that's always really handy to have too, so thanks to those people. Before we get started, thank you so much to all of my supporters over on Patreon and everybody who supports me on Twitch. I really appreciate it. And a big thank you to Kira, my legendary supporter. I appreciate it so much, dude. If you would like to catch me live, come over to twitch.tv/MandatoryQuest every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday. Wednesday specifically when we're doing these Crimson Scales characters. Okay, let's get into the video. So as before, we'll go through like the player mat, then we'll go into the cards. Unless we need to kind of switch onto perks, like if at a natural point we feel like we should take a look at perks, because you know, once you sometimes get a feeling that a character is more of a attacking based character, it might be a good time to just look at the perks. But if there's other things going on, like they're more of a support character, maybe the perks won't be quite as important. So that depends. Although the perks in Crimson Scales, I will say, are a lot more ambitious and different than like base Gloomhaven perks. Like the ones that we've reviewed, they've had different things going on. They've definitely been thought about a lot more. It's not just the simple add this card, remove this card type deal, which a lot of Gloomhaven is, and that's kind of like the simpler aspect of the designs, right? So the Quattral Mirefoot. So the top, this fit is just about Quattrals, so we don't need to, we know about Quattrals. We know Quattrals. But not all Quattrals hone their crafts in libraries or workshops. A Mirefoot is more at home in a murky swamp or wild forest, studying rare and obscure flora in the thick of it. Dedicated to understanding every plant and unlocking their hidden potential, Mirefoots craft deadly poisons and potent concoctions to help defend themselves against whatever lurks in the wilderness. I think this is quite a thematically cool idea for a character. You're kind of like a ranger, but not really. Like, it's like a ranger druid-y type thing. I think it's really hard to I think it's quite unique compared to maybe some of the other classes that have felt, apart from maybe the Ruin Maw, but the other classes have felt like a little bit more sort of like simpler, if you like. I actually feel like this is actually quite a really cool idea for just like a class design, and it plays into an area that not really many other classes in base Gloomhaven really touched on, right? There's a few classes that deal a little bit with like earth, like Cragheart, but there's no kind of like, oh, swampy kind of like person. I mean, I guess the Scoundrel uses poisons a fair bit, but this feels a little bit more like you're kind of like a rangery type. Whereas the Scoundrel was more like, you know, an assassin or a thief. This is more like it feels a little bit more like a rangery kind of like, you know, out in the wilderness, being able to rub some sticks together, you know, type deal, right? Mini swamp ranger assassin. Yeah, and I think it's quite unique because there's not any other character that really has that vibe to it, and it's certainly an area of Gloomhaven in general that is not really seen. Holy cow! Crispy dog meat. Jesus. Thank you so much, dude. 10 gifted subs. Dude, that is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is insane, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot say thank you enough, man. That's incredible. Welcome. 1025, Nits, Hendu, Getagarbo, Snapcaster, Ellsworth, Vitriex, Moonrake, Carroty Mail, Brennelan. Welcome, guys, to the adventuring party. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much. Make sure to thank Dogby in chat. That is insane. Guards in chat. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much. Wow. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, dude. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know. That's thrown me now. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate that. It's incredibly kind. I can't say thank you enough. Wow. Okay. Let's try and get back into it. That's insane. Thank you so much, dude. So, as a general idea for a character, I think this is like really, really good, right?
Nice.
Really, really good. I like the idea of it. I like Quattros in general. I really like that kind of race. I think it's a really cool one. And I'm always happy to see more Quattro characters. So, good to see. Let's take a look at the actual main the main player board then. And what do we got? Let's have a look at our stats. What do we got going on? You like this character lots? You say that about every one of them though. Well, kind of true. Yeah. I think, I mean, I'm happy to play pretty much any class in Gloomhaven at this point. I've been full-blown Gloomhaven junkie, so yeah, it would take. There's classes obviously I would like to play less, but the fact that if I've never played the class, I would want to play it, right? It's just whether or not maybe I'd pick it up again a second time. That's maybe the cutoff, but I would play every class at least once. Okay, so we got a 10 card hand, so pretty reasonable, like in the mid tier, right? Mid to high tier of cards. Health wise, we're on the low end here, so we're quite a fragile character. So let's get into all our conditions and things. Yeah, very squishy, very squishy. So we've got upgraded conditions. So this is like one of our kind of traits, if you like, or mechanics. The Mirefoot has many abilities that can inflict upgraded conditions, which are conditions with an enhanced effect, denoted by a numerical value following the condition symbol, e.g. Poison 3. When you inflict a figure with Poison X or Wound X, they are considered poisoned or wounded. Each attack targeting a figure with Poison X adds plus X attack instead of plus 1 attack. Oh, so it's like super poison. So essentially someone who is Poison 3, that would actually give you a plus 3 to every attack against them? That's crazy. I mean, I don't know how high we can get this number, but 2 or 3... That's crazy. And then wound is the same, but wound damage. That's insane too. Ooh. Super poison and super wound. 4 is max. Did I say this somewhere? A figure cannot have multiple instances of a condition with different numerical values. Okay. It only keeps the condition with the higher value. Regardless of the value of the condition, it is always considered as a single condition and cannot stat. Okay, so I guess what that means is like we couldn't say play like a poison 2, then a poison 2, and then like it would become a poison 4, right? That's not the case. It would still just be a poison 2. So in order to get to poison 3, we'd have to play something with poison 3. So that does make it a little bit harder to like kind of stack this to some sort of crazy degree. I'm sure that we won't get like super ridiculous numbers until maybe later on, or with combinations of things. Like it's probably going to be pretty hard to get to like 3 or 4. I mean, that seems really strong, right? That's like a mind's weakness against someone. Yeah, it's, I mean, wound in particular, I think is very powerful here, because of course if you could get like wound 4 on something like a flame demon, they're going to be dead in 2 turns, right? Living spirits as well, so it's going to be dependent on like what we can actually get the value up to and how quickly and how easily. I imagine that it will be quite bad if we have enemies that are, if you have enemies that heal a lot. I guess this is a bit of a risk with this character. We'll see. If we can apply these things like quite regularly and we don't have to burn loads of cards for it, won't be so much of an issue. But obviously if you go all in on a big burn or something to whack a poison 3 or a wound 3 on something, and then they heal 1 and it goes away, that would be pretty bad, I think. The class is super susceptible to retaliate and it has... Oh, retaliate. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, retaliate would not be great against them. Hey, Sprig. How's it going, buddy? Welcome, Raiders. I hope you're doing really, really well. How did your... you guys still doing your campaign? You still doing your Gloomhaven RP campaign? Welcome. I hope you're all doing well. Not tonight. It's on Mondays, right? We're actually looking at the Crimson Scales characters tonight. So Wednesday streams, we're looking at Crimson Scales. It is a... Wow. It is a community... kind of a community created... spin-off to Gloomhaven, uses all the same rules but has all custom-made characters and enemies and a whole campaign, basically. It's really cool.
No, that's a lot of damage.
And this character is like... This character is one of the kind of fan favorites, if you like. A lot of people like this one. You love the look of Crimson Scales. It's super cool. Yeah, Crimson Scales is like... I think it's almost like a glimpse into the future as well a little bit, because the character design has been like iterated on, and I feel like this is the kind of thing that we will see in the official games going forward. Like, it's quite a good little kind of sneak peek on like what can be done when you look at more advanced mechanics with characters and stuff, right? And you kind of you can just do whatever you like. I think that it's quite interesting to see. So upgraded conditions looks really good. I feel like depending on if we have to burn lots of cards, that's going to be the tipping point. Like, is the value going to be there? And against certain enemies, we could have some weaknesses, but I don't mind that. Lots of characters are weak against certain enemies or in certain situations, so it's not like a really big negative thing. Like, that happens all the time. I guess bosses are usually immune to poison and wound. That might play into this character being a little bit weaker in that respect, so we'll have to see about that. But maybe there's some other stuff going on. But that is like another thing that pops into my head. Like, boss missions might be a bit harder if they are immune to poison and wound. Okay, so overlay tiles placement. Many of your abilities allow you to create difficult terrain in hexes with no overlay tiles. Hex with difficult terrain, hazardous terrain, obstacles, and/or traps is considered as containing overlay tiles. You may also place difficult terrain in occupied hexes as long as they contain no overlay tiles. Okay, so this is, I believe the wording here is specific because I'm assuming this is because the Frosthaven rules were not out at that point in time, right? Like, when this was originally kind of compiled, because, loot tokens technically classified as like occupying. So I presume that this is maybe a bit wordy because of the fact that the Frosthaven changes haven't been done. Hey, Dogmeat, tip for everyone, don't enable two-factor authentication on your Twitch account while you're watching a stream. Got booted out. Well, thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it for the 10 gifted earlier. That's very kind of you. Welcome back. Yeah, 1 sec. Let you timestamp when this class was considered finished. Yeah, because it's like, this is a little bit wordy here, but it's maybe because the Frosthaven rules had not been released yet, or it wasn't a widely accepted rule at the point that it was written. But essentially, it functions the way that we would expect following the new rule set. It's just a little bit wordy, that's all. Okay, cards. Boom. Let's do it. I think that's very simple to understand, right? Very simple mechanics. I'm guessing we're going to get some kind of bonus around that difficult terrain. That's going to be interesting to see. So, well, we'll see as we go. But I'm assuming there's going to be some other bonuses we're going to get from that at some point. Perks. We could do perks now. Let's do perks a little bit later, or maybe about halfway through. The thing with perks is we need to get an understanding of like what the character wants to achieve before we look at perks, right? Because if the perks are like, you get a bonus for doing this, and we haven't seen a card that does that yet, it becomes a bit difficult to talk about perks. But if we find a natural point where we're like, now we should start looking at perks, we'll do it. So I don't want to like jump into it now because obviously I don't know anything about the cards, right? Level 1, then perks. Okay, yeah, we could do that. That sounds like pretty reasonable. Also, you can place them under enemies. Ah, yes, because they're now overlay tiles, so you can put them immediately on. That's a good point. So Blood Thinner, our first card here, level 1. Attack 1, wound 2, 1 XP. So this puts the extra wound stack on, so that wound would do 2 damage instead of 1. 11 initiative. This is obviously really good. I think much weaker classes would probably just have this as like an attack 1, range 3 wound, like your standard wound effect. Melee characters in general do have a harder time because they're generally going to be on the front line. They're going to be focused before ranged style characters are going to be, because ranged style characters can hide. Whereas melee are going to probably find themselves in awkward positions fairly often. So I always feel like melee characters should have a little bit of a buff in terms of their like general attacks in some way, like because they put themselves at risk, whereas a lot of times ranged characters don't, unless of course you're in a complete party of ranged characters, then everyone's at risk, I guess. But so attack 1, wound 2, 1 XP. This is really good. 11 initiative, you can do it super early, get it on an enemy, potentially do a few points of damage just through an attack, and then obviously do some like really good wound damage that turn. So this is at worst, at the very worst, this is going to be 2 damage, right? Which is a wound. Let's think of this. You could miss on this attack, or you could get a -1 or -2, whatever. But it's going to apply this, and that's going to give you that 2 pure damage through shields, and it's going to do that too. And that is worth it alone. I think if this didn't even have the attack on it, if it was just this, I would still play this card. Like, this seems really strong to me. Good initiative as well, which is what you need to try and make it all happen in that round, right? So hopefully the enemy's going to take some damage that round before they act, and then potentially they have 1 turn of acting, and then the next turn it's going to tick over again, and then potentially you've done 4 damage. That's pretty damn good. So yeah, Blood Thinner top. This is really good. Like, it's good to get off to a good start with this character. Like, this is, I would play this on any character, right? I feel like the whole increased, enhanced conditions in general, that in general is just really strong. So that's good to see. Like, straight away we got a very good one. You think this is awesome? 5 damage, plus if it's poisoned for 2, that's 7 damage. That's reusable XP and 11 initiative. Yeah, this is obviously very powerful. Also, I did talk a little bit briefly before we started, but I want to draw everyone's attention to it again. Can we not all agree that this is possibly the best card frame of any custom class that we've seen? I mean, there's grass in the frame, and just the kind of brown and the orange with the green and the leaf pattern at the background. Perfect. I feel like this is the most visually appealing version of the card frame that we've seen so far. Like, and that's across all games that I've seen. Like, including Frosthaven classes that we've seen, that I know about. Quite fetching. Anything orange is already the best. Yeah. It's up there for sure. I think it looks really and very unique. The problem with a lot of the Gloomhaven ones, and they've definitely improved on this with Frosthaven, is that they use just a color palette, right? So they just use like browns, blues, reds. So when you have 2 characters with very similar colors, so you have like the Brute and the Tinkerer, are they both brown? No, they're blue in digital, but that's different, right? They're brown in the board game. I always get this confused. But anyway, there's a very limited color palette that they use, so you can't, like, at a glance see what like character they're all for sometimes, right? Whereas this, I think, is incredibly distinct. There's no way you're not knowing this is the Mirefoot from like glancing at it, right? Okay, so the bottom of this card, not that I think we'll be playing it very much because this is so good, but maybe this might be usable. Immobilize and wound, range 2. That's actually pretty decent. I'm quite happy that that's not just like a default move, like a move 2-y type thing either. It's actually quite good. If we have any ranged attacks, you can immobilize and wound some melee enemy that's going to attack you nice and early. And then if you have a ranged attack, maybe we've got something we can do on the top too. Like this will become much better if we have ranged. If we don't have ranged, or we don't have like a top action that we can just play very like in combination with this very easily, then it'll be less so. But this is one hell of a card. Really, really good. Love this top, and I think that's probably what I'll be aiming for. But if we have something that can combo well with this is also really good. Also really usable, right? Cthulhu and Angry Face are very close in color. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, boy.
And
a little bit spicy.
Beast Tyrants are brown too, right? Beast Tyrants brown too. So there's a lot of blues and browns and whatever. I guess that's more of like a teal color between Cthulhu and they're kind of like a more greeny blue, aren't they? Maybe. Yeah, good start. Really good start with this character. All right, next card. Bog Step. I'm liking the names of these cards so far as well. Blood Thinner, Bog Step. Strong names. Attack 2, Immobilize. Add +2 attack and gain 1 if you occupy difficult terrain. Interesting. Okay. Very specific.
Yeah, boy.
A little bit spicy. It is a bit spicy. It's kind of spicy. I like it though. It's gonna depend on how much difficult terrain we can get out. Can we place difficult terrain underneath ourselves? I guess we can. It says if there's no other thing, right? So if we have a way to place difficult terrain just underneath us at some point, and we can stay relatively stationary for a few turns, I don't think it's going to be particularly hard to do, right? Not that hard? Yeah. You can occupy difficult terrain, and then the target has poison too. Then that's an attack 6 immobilize. Yeah, I mean, depending on how much we can spiral out of control, this is what I'm going to be interested to see. Like, this is the kind of character that could be a little bit broken, because obviously if we can get poison 2, poison 3, suddenly attacks kind of become very, very high for level 1. Like attack 4 with immobilize is very, very good for a level 1 card, right? To be honest, attack 2 with just immobilize without this is pretty usable on a low initiative, which this is 16. It's pretty usable across the board, right? And now we have a way to make it an attack 4 that makes it a very, very strong level 1 card, like incredibly strong, I would say, right? Because I would play a card that was just attack 2 immobilize on 16 initiative without this. And if this is something that we can do because it's what our character does, it's a big part of our character's identity, then I mean it elevates the card to, you know, this is a card that you would pick at like level 3. You know, like it's got a feeling of a higher level card, you know. This card is bonkers. Yeah, I think it kind of is, right? When this class does well, it does really well. Death to Earth demons everywhere. So the bottom of this is you are unaffected by difficult and hazardous terrain. Move 6, 2 XP, and that is a persistent ability we're going to have for the rest of the game. It is burned, well, for the rest of the scenario. So, I mean, this is obviously a big part of the character's identity too. I was kind of expecting us to have something like this, because when the character inherently has a big interaction with it, it feels like you need it. You are giving up one hell of an ability, though, to have this. But this could also just be what your character needs. I'm unsure at this point in time, because this is obviously just a very strong passive ability if it completely unlocks your character, right? But if we use this, we can't use this anymore. So unless we have another card of like this, we're kind of giving up something, right? We're giving this up to get this. which enables this, which is weird. So we probably just want to keep using this. But we'll see how many other cards we have that interact. And maybe there's a nice combination of cards here where we can afford to burn this and we can get this effect elsewhere, maybe. The initiatives of this class are great. I mean, yeah, 16 initiative again. So far, we've only seen 2 cards. That's pretty good. And looks like we're moving on to a card that's even better. Move 6 is not persistent. Yes, that's also good point there. This is a one-time effect. This is the only persistent part of this card. So on the turn you play it, you'll get the move 6. And you get this before this, which is quite nice, right? So that move 6 will allow you to just move very freely. Which is nice. It doesn't have this is kind of a bit weird, right? Because this is almost, it's not quite as good as flying. It's similar to flying, but doesn't deal with obstacles or enemies, right? So obstacles and enemies can still screw you over a little bit, but it does obviously interact very well with your mechanics. But it's not like as good as, let's say, the Cthulhu active, which was, you know, gain flying, because then you can just zoom around and do what you like. And it makes a lot more sense thematically for this character to be limited to this because it's their mechanic, but also the whole theme of the character, right, is that they're in the bog and they're in that kind of like being able to, like, they can swim, or they are immune, if you like, to the poisons and things like that would be in it, sort of thing. I guess it gets a little bit thematically weird when you get to like lava and stuff like that, but I mean, I guess they're just very good with dealing with nature and the dangers of being in the wild, right? Because flying is broken. Yeah, otherwise it would be too good. Yeah, it would be too good, but also thematically it wouldn't make any sense for the character because it's a little quattral. Why is it flying, you know? It would be a bit weird, I think. It would be more interesting to have, like, I don't know, you always add jump to every move action that you have or something would be a better way of doing it in a weird way, because at least then you can kind of thematically explain it a bit better. But just having this hovering quattral is a bit weird. Unless he was like the Tinkerer, right, who could in theory build themselves some kind of flying machine. But yeah. So yeah, this obviously I'm not too sure about this yet. Depends on how much we really rely on this. Obviously, in certain scenarios that are designed with a lot of difficult and hazardous terrain to be awkward for players. You know, and there are a few in base Gloomhaven, and I don't know about Crimson Scales, but, you know, it is a common way to design a scenario to make it awkward. And if you were designing scenarios like in Jaws of the Lion, they were designing scenarios, you know, kind of around the characters a little bit, like the Demolitionist definitely was thought about a lot during the design of those scenarios. If there's a lot of this kind of terrain, this might be worth it just to be able to have a very trivial scenario, whereas otherwise it might actually be quite hard for you because you'd have to, you know, be very careful with your movement, or have to fight certain enemies in certain places, or whatever, go through traps, whatever it might be. But this would give you an amount of freedom in those missions, right? Okay. Death Sentence. Attack 2, poison 3, stun, 2 XP, burn, 8 initiative. Well, if you want an enemy to be locked out, I mean, that's pretty much as good as it gets. 8 initiative, just shut an enemy down completely.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Well, this is not a lot of damage, but in future it's a lot of damage. This turn, not so much damage, but next turn, a lot of damage, yeah. Or your allies, a lot of damage. Although it doesn't really make sense. So this is an interesting dynamic in terms of card design, right? Because if you were to put wound on this, it'd be way too good. Way, way, way too good. If this was attack 2, wound 3 instead of poison 3, it'd be insanely good. Because essentially then you're doing an attack of 5 in theory, with 3 guaranteed damage plus a normal attack of 2 with, you know, potential better numbers, potential worse numbers, but we'll say 5 for argument's sake, right?
and they're stunned, which means they would take another 3 damage at the beginning of their next turn before they take a turn then. So essentially, you're getting an additional 3 damage on top of the 3 damage that you're getting from the wound that turn. However, poison and stun have a more interesting dynamic, because if you stun an enemy, you generally stun an enemy to stop them from acting that turn, so your team doesn't have to worry about them that turn, right? Whereas if you were to use this, you poison for 3 and you stun them, you know, suddenly enemies like, oh, we really want to attack this guy, but maybe you don't. So there's a dynamic here where you stun an enemy and you stick the poison on and you kind of ignore them for that round. Then on the next turn, you hit them really hard and you try and kill them, right? That would be the way that you'd probably play with it. And so it's a way to kind of pull an enemy out for a round. Then on the next round, it makes them a very soft target for you and for everybody else, right? So I think like I like the interaction between poison and stun because it's a lot more interesting and it has a bit more of a combo-y feel to it. Whereas wound and stun is just inherently just way too strong because wound happens at the beginning of an enemy's turn or your turn, right? There's no way that you can avoid that wound damage if you're stunned. You're just going to take it, and that's a problem. I guess an enemy ally could heal them, right? There are ways that they could get rid of it. There could be heals and things, but yeah, it would be way more powerful if it said wound instead of poison. But as it stands, I still think it's a pretty decent burn. I like the fact that it's a burn. Like if this was lower numbers and reusable, it would be way too good. I feel like this is something that you're probably going to want to use on some kind of annoying elite towards the end of a scenario. Don't think it's something that you're going to want to do like in the first few rooms. 8 initiative 2 is going to make the bottom of this card probably very usable, which is move 5, remove difficult terrain from every hex you enter with this movement. Now that's interesting because that could be good and could be bad. I guess it could be good to give your allies a path through, but could be bad because it could in theory remove bonuses for you at a later date. But I guess you could probably avoid that if you could probably pick and choose pretty easily with move 5, right? But a move 5, generally a move 5 on 8 initiative is incredibly strong, right? Incredibly strong. If you can find a boss that isn't immune to poisoned or wound, they will absolutely melt. Yeah, it will depend on how prevalent those bosses are in Crimson Scales. In Gloomhaven, it's very rare for a boss to be... well, typically a boss is either immune to one or the other, right? Or sometimes both. But you'd never have a boss that's not immune to both. That makes sense. They sometimes will have poison, they'll sometimes not be immune to wound. I don't know what the Crimson Scales bosses are like. Maybe there's more of a consideration, so they make it a bit more viable for the Mirefoot. I don't know. But from our discussions on previous classes, I don't think that's the case. I think, you know, most of the characters have been designed independently, just as characters, not necessarily in the mindset of certain scenarios, right? Take note, it doesn't ignore difficult terrain, so you can't remove 5 difficult terrain. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a very good point. So, yes, you would still have to do the additional movement to get onto the difficult terrain, right? So, realistically, if you needed to get over difficult terrain with this, it would still be quite useful, but it's not immune. I guess if you played the bottom of this, you are kind of immune, right? So there are ways and means, but yeah. The thing is, though, is that this operates in exactly the same way as a normal character operates, right? A normal character would kill for a move 5 on 8 initiative, right? You can kind of ignore this, and this is going to be useful for your character and situationally good. But I think any character would kill for an 8 initiative move 5, right? So, especially a melee character as well. A melee character in particular would kill for it. So, yeah, very, very strong. Auto include just for that. Just these two things together make it just an auto include. And it's nice that you've got something here that right towards the end of a scenario when you're trying to finish it off, you can stun a really high threat enemy, stack a load of poison, making it very easy for your team to kill them. Also, this works in a nice way against shields as well in general. This character's actually going to be really super good against shields, because wound just goes through shield and poison kind of negates shield. It's almost like, you know, just giving you a permanent pierce against the enemy, or while the poison's up, you get the pierce sort of thing. So it helps to remove those shields, and often why those enemies that have high shield, like maybe they have like shield 3 or 4, they probably have low health to kind of rebalance that, right? So if you can take away those shields, very easy to kill them. You can dash ahead and clear the mud for your mates. Yeah, so it's a nice tool in your toolbox, I think, to be able to to potentially unblock a scenario a little bit too, right? Or undo some of the damage that maybe you've done, which is now hindering your team, right? Because if you're putting difficult terrain down a lot, perhaps after you've kind of killed the enemies, your team's like, great, but now it's going to cost us like so much more movement to get to the door. And this is a way for you to be able to sort of clear up, if you like, on your way out. Although the thing is that a card like this is going to be a card that's probably going to be played very early on in your hand rotation. So I don't know. Like I can't see many situations where we've cleared a room and maybe we all have 2 cards left in our hands, and this is one of those 2 cards. I'm not seeing it, because this is like something that you're like, I need to act. I'm acting, right? So maybe not so much, but we'll see. Lots of good enhancement dots as well. Yeah, you could chuck jump on this, which would make it a bit better. I'm wondering about boots on this character. What we would maybe look. I mean, I don't think we need boots with something like this. If we get scoundrel levels of movement, we'll be looking at jump boots for sure. Like that will be what we'll be looking at. And certainly so far, initiative boots do not seem like they're needed. Another good card there. Another excellent card. I would say so far out of the 3 that we've seen, my early impressions are this is more powerful than any of the other classes that we've seen. Like in terms of raw power level and simplicity of getting that power level, it feels stronger than the others that we've seen. The others are a little bit more, like they might be similar in power level at times, but there's a bit more hoops to jump through. Like, I mean, I don't remember any other class getting like an 8 initiative move 5, you know? That's very good. Poison range 3, so ground solvent, another good name. 2 hexes with the opportunity to enhance the 3rd hex. That's kind of interesting. It's usually always the 3 hex with maybe an enhancement for a 4th. It's not often that you get a 2 hex AoE with the option to enhance the 3rd. In fact, unless it's like a melee one. Whereas this isn't melee, it's ranged. Yeah, a melee one might have that. But a ranged one I don't think ever has before, right? Mirefoot was considered when making all of the boss immunities. Interesting. Okay, that's good to know. So we'll have a good fighting chance in the in the scenarios. So this is actually this is very unique. This might be the first ranged attack I've ever seen to only be a 2 hex AoE that then has the 3rd. That might be the only one. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. But you can always get 2 adjacent mobs with this, since patterns can be rotated. Yeah, it's basically just 2 next to each other, right? But it's just really interesting to have a ranged attack this way. Oh, sorry, it's not an attack. That's true. It's not an attack, sorry. It is just an ability. It's not an attack. It's not melee, but it's technically just an ability. It's not an attack. It doesn't have the word attack on it, but you know, the principle's the same. I don't think we've seen like a ranged AoE like this, right? But it's definitely not an attack. I think you would want this. This seems like a really good enhancement to me. Poison, 2 things at range 3. It's only like a standard poison, which obviously this character might be a bit weird. Create difficult terrain in any of the targeted hexes containing no overlays. That's very cool. Then attack 0, target all enemies. Oh, so it has got... that's weird. Okay, the ordering of this card is odd to me. There must be a very specific reason why it's ordered this way. So we have the poison, range 3. We do it to these two guys, so they're poisoned. Then we create difficult terrain in any of the targeted hexes containing no overload stars. Then we do attack 0, targeting all enemies in target. So this is a ranged attack because of this. So this attack is ranged. So this is ranged. This is also ranged just because this exists, right? So the idea is here is that you get to poison them before you do the attack, right? Which is, I guess, that's partly it. But also this must have some other bonus somewhere that maybe we haven't found the card yet. I mean, we've seen the melee attack, right? That cares about that. But maybe there's a ranged attack or something that, or a persistent ability or something maybe that cares about that. Some attack modifiers care if the target has difficult terrain under them. Ah, there you go. If there's attack modifiers that actually give you bonuses if they're in difficult terrain, then that makes a lot of sense. Gives you some bonus. I mean, also, it's quite nice because it sets up, right? I'm just wondering why it's this, then this, then this. Why it's not this, this, then this. And that kind of explains why, right? Because this could potentially give us some extra value on this attack 0. So that's why it's structured in that way. I mean, that's... I mean, this seems like a very good sort of opening card. Certainly one you want to enhance, right? I would love to get the 3rd hex here. Because if you could get difficult terrain under 3 things, that seems really good. Plus it increases, if we have got the perks to go with it. So maybe we should look at the perks real quick. Let's look at the perk real quick that does that. So we won't go through everything, but let's find the one perk. Here you go. So add 4 rolling plus 0, but plus 1 if the target occupying difficult terrain cards. Okay, so it's a rolling plus 0, so it doesn't do anything basically. But if the enemy is in the difficult terrain, then you're gonna get plus 1. So that's why you would want something like that. There's a create one there too, but I think that's it. So that's interesting. And a very good like opening card. And getting this is certainly going to increase your chances of drawing those additional cards. And, you know, potentially give you a bit more flexibility. Because this would be a great follow-up on another turn, right? Bog Step would be great as a follow-up. You kind of go late. So the idea is go kind of maybe a bit late. Do this, then move towards the enemy. And then on the next turn, go super early, do a big attack, immobilize them, run away, right? So, I mean, 63 initiative is maybe not as late as you'd like for that kind of, you know, trying to do the 2 turns back-to-back type play. But maybe we can pair it with something else. And it's fairly late, but it's not as late as you'd maybe like. Like you kind of want like 80s and 90s initiative to really get that real late turn in, right? It is range, just like Clear the Way, because range is mentioned in the entire section, which contains 3 separate abilities. Yeah, this is that. Yeah, the fact that there's no range here, I would say maybe in the future with the Frosthaven rules and this, maybe things would be a bit more intuitive with the icon system. But yes, the mention of range anywhere basically just kind of makes it a ranged attack, which is kind of weird. But yes. Because this looks like it's separate, but we won't get into the rules minutiae too much. But yes, it is a little bit awkward, but it kind of makes sense as well. Like I always look at these cards from a thematic point of view as well, right? Which is we've poisoned some enemies and then we're attacking enemies. Like, so how would this be a melee attack, right? The enemy, I mean, in theory, they could be next to us, right? I guess, but it doesn't really make too much sense, right? Thematically, with what this does, this should be ranged, right? It's like, otherwise they're kind of mismatched, and it's a very odd ability anyway. So if you like, I think Clear the Way is a bit weird in that respect as well, because it feels like it should be a melee attack, because you're like, oh, the way that it's worded. But then, like, thematically, the boulder is what's doing the damage, and that's ranged. But it's, yeah, it's all a little weird. How could this be a melee attack in the same universe as Inferno? Yeah, that's also fair. Inferno, I think, is a card that should never have been a melee. I think it's a very... I don't know if it's an oversight. I just don't get it. The only reason that I think it was done that way was to stop it from comboing with certain items, which I think is kind of a bit... Like, the horse is bolted at that point in time. If you want to make a card like that, if the object was, we don't want you to combo it with Piercing Bow or with, like, Sacrificial Robes. I don't know. But, what was the other one? Robes of Evocation. Like, I think Robes of Evocation is ranged. But there's, like, certain items that maybe they didn't want you to combo with, but it's like, whatever. You think Stun Hammer is worse? Yeah, I mean, Ancient Drill is worse. Maybe they did want you to be able to combo it with Ancient Drill. I don't know. The bottom is move 3. This movement must end in difficult terrain. Attack 2. Interesting. Must end in difficult terrain. But you get a free attack 2 on the bottom anyway. This character is going to be super, super good with multiple attacks, right? Because we're going to have so much poison going on that just having 2 attacks, taking double use out of that poison is really good. I mean, in theory, you know, we could have an insane turn here, right? We could attack something for 2, poison it for 3, and stun, and then we could immediately hit it for 5, right? If you wanted to. It's probably not going to be a sequence of play that's going to happen. You know, it's going to happen once, right? Because this is a burn. But stuff like that, you need to start looking out for with this character, because they do a lot of poisoning, which means that attacks on the bottom are going to be like premium, because you're going to be able to use that poison either immediately, or you're going to get double use out of it in a single turn. Very, very useful, right? This card's initiative is great, actually. If you're already in melee and want to go later than your friends, you're safe. Well, as long as they don't run away, right? That's the trick. As long as your tank doesn't run away. I feel like this is... You need a mix of initiatives, right? And this is not as late as I would personally like. Maybe it's late enough so that you can avoid maybe early archers, but then go before something like a living corpse. That there is some benefit for that kind of 50 to 70 range. There is a benefit of being somewhere in there, because there are some very slow melee enemies that you can avoid still. I mean, they do have earlier initiatives than that too, though. So, you know, luck of the draw and all that. But yeah, there's some usability to it, but it's just, I would like to have seen this be a bit later for the intention of, you know, going straight into the big 16 bog step next turn. Like, that would have been cool. Okay, next card, Lashing Vines. Attack 0, attack 0, attack 0. 13 initiative. I mean,
yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
A little bit spicy. This is just all in poison, right? All in poison.
Now that's a lot of damage.
It's a huge amount of damage. Potentially. But not really immediately. This is one of those ones that's very interesting. At level 1, so far, we've seen, you know, one kind of poison. So that's just like regular poison, right? One regular poison. I think the other one, we've seen obviously the big one here. It's obviously insanely good with this, like insanely good. I mean, Death Sentence is a very, very good name for this card too. Because really, like, next turn, the vines are coming. And you ain't getting out of the way of them. That ain't initiative. That's not happening. You are getting destroyed next turn, right? So this could be a card that actually at level 1 is good, but maybe a bit so-so. But as our attack modifier deck gets better and we level up, suddenly this card starts becoming like MVP territory, right? I can see like with a base attack modifier deck without any really good ways of stacking poison, this could still just be, you know, I mean, let's say you're attacking an enemy that has poison, right? Just normal poison. So that's basically attack 1, attack 1, attack 1, right? You could draw a -1, you could draw like a +1, you could draw like another -1 or a ×2. Like the amount of damage is probably going to even out to like 4, you know, or something. So really, this could be one that actually scales really, really well later on. I guess you could stick poison on this if you really wanted to be like crazy. And then you would get that, maybe? I don't know. To at least make the card usable on its own in some way. On like a brand new fresh target. Good with Strengthen. Yeah, this character's going to love Strengthen. Whether or not we can get it, though, in any way other than an item, that's going to be interesting to look for. We should definitely be on the lookout for something like that, for sure. Like if we get a bottom heal, you know what it's going to be. You like the concept, but does seem Feast or Famine. Yeah. The card seems kind of busted. The floor is obviously very low with this card, but it has a huge ceiling. Like, this is a huge spectrum of a card, right? This could be almost like this could be like a do nothing. This reminds me of playing level 1 Brute with like your attack 2s, right? You feel really good. You're like, move in, attack 2, you draw your -1. Right? Attack this, you draw like your -2, it doesn't do anything. Like you feel like you're being good, but actually you're not. And you are going to be Feast and Famine is a really good way of putting it, because you're going to be beholden to the luck in your deck, and especially at low levels, a lot with this character and with this card in particular. Once you start to get higher levels and you can improve that or mitigate that luck with items and other things that you have that come into play, that's when it will start to like really, like that floor will come massively up, and that ceiling you'll be much more likely to be able to hit that ceiling, right? And that ceiling will go up too, because you'll be getting like, you know, maybe we get more effects that do like Poison 2. Like if we can find a Poison 2 effect, that really switches this card on, right? Really does. Poison Enhance seems bad because you'll never use this on something that isn't poisoned already, and poisons don't stack. Well, wow. Depends, right? Yes, but if you wanted to make this card usable on its own without any other like outside interaction, it's not bad. But yeah, you're probably right. I mean, realistically, you're going to be playing into the theme of the character, which means you're going to hopefully have poison already there, and hopefully it's poison 2 or 3 or 4, who knows. Then it's going to be you're going to be probably putting it as like a +1 or something, right? Or you might even consider putting Wound on it, or you might consider putting something like Immobilize on it, right? It's possible. So the bottom is a summon on 13 initiative too. An early summon here. Not often you see an early initiative and a summon paired together. Probably more of a consideration to the top than it is the bottom. But summon Flailing Ivies. It is a 1 health, 1 attack, no movement, no range, target 3. This summon must be placed in difficult terrain within range 3. Oh, it's a non-burn though. It's a non-burn. Interesting. I was going to say this is really bad, but then I realized it's a non-burn. So actually, you could use this to soak an attack and maybe do a little bit of damage. Like at the very worst, you could just like go early, summon it somewhere so that it tanks for a 1 attack that round, right? Not the best use at all, but does give it a little bit more use. Seems weird that enemies can push it out of difficult terrain. Yeah, I guess so, but if they were to put immunity to push on it or something, then that'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it? I mean, you can make the same argument with things like ancient artillery, right? And deep terrors. Like, why can we push a giant cannon, right? Like, there are other weird things in the game where push and pull maybe shouldn't be allowed to. Like, and why is a giant cannon being hurt by a trap, you know? Another great thing with poison. Yeah, I mean, if this guy can attack a bunch of things, then that'll be very good. If we go back to the perks again, let's look at the perks briefly, because another benefit of a summon, right, is that it gets to attack before you. So if you can place this in a good way, and let's say it survives, and then you get a full turn with it, and it can attack an enemy or two enemies, or even three, right? It's got target 3. If that comes off, can it give us some good value by, you know, generating an element or, you know, doing something that's going to help us on our turn? And it looks like we've got some pretty decent, just general value perks. I mean, generally, this is on the upward trend, right? I guess they could create more hexes, difficult hexes. Could do some wound 2s. Interesting, there's not a poison one here. Invisible? Ooh. Hey, they could turn themselves invisible, chat. So there's nothing here. I would say the wound obviously quite good. Potentially this could be quite good, but it's actually not as many as I thought. But there's some good, like, increase in damage numbers style perks here. So probably a little bit underwhelming, but it is a, I mean, it's a reusable summon, you know? It can't be that good. It has to be kind of situational and a bit weak. Otherwise it would be broken. So I think I'm okay with it. I think the power level is probably about right. And it gives you something to do, 1 XP, when you don't want to do the top of lashing lives, right? Worst case, it smokes a hit. Yeah, exactly. Poison attack modifiers would be a bit of a hindrance and leave less room for poison to breathe in the cards. Yeah, that's fair. I can see that. If you want to make it more of an active, like, engaged mechanic, I guess that's one of the problems maybe that the Cthulhu has, right? Is that they have a lot of, like, poison and curse generally in their attack modifier perks that maybe dilute the theme of the character a little bit, because you just kind of end up poisoning everything anyway, right? Also, free poison dagger in the perks. Yeah, I did notice that. We'll probably address that a bit later, but very interesting idea for a perk. So I think obviously this has potential to be absolutely busted. It really does. In the right situation against an enemy that's got poison 2, 3, or 4. It's going to be crazy. Also works really well with any other kind of complementary effect that other characters might be able to do, right? I think one of the pitfalls and why some of these characters can become a bit too good is that when you have a character like this, there's also potential that you can combine it with another character that makes it incredibly broken as well. So, for example, if you look at captivating performance on the music note, right? Suddenly this also then becomes incredibly strong as well, because you just want to do as many attacks as possible, right? Or if you look at, for example, wistful wounding, if you just looked at low-level music note play, this could allow you to, like, wound 3 things if you were to jump into a mix, because it's 3 separate attacks. You don't have to attack the same target 3 times, right? So although we're kind of looking at a way of abusing poison, this is very open-ended and can be used in combination with lots of other complementary characters to make it even stronger, which I do like, because in general that makes me more excited as a player, because I'm starting to see the possibility of, oh, I want to play this character with this character, I want to try this with this, or oh, there's this item that I can use that would make this really good, right? There's I like that, but you do have to be a bit careful because it's very open-ended. So although that they can nerf the character, so they bring these values down on the character because they're like, oh, they've got a lot of poison. But then what happens when you're playing with Cthulhu, who just poisons everything immediately on the, the first turn of the game, and then you can just immediately this turns this on, right? Making this better again. So there are, yeah, you know, you just when you have cards like this, the power level can get out of control, right? This seems blasted with one of the OP3 classes. You wouldn't be too concerned. No, but what I'm saying is that when you have a character that kind of their whole mechanic is around something that is already in the game, right? Because they kind of are. This is not a new mechanic. Poison exists already. Wound exists already. They're just improving on that mechanic, or they're iterating on that mechanic. So cards like this have potential for, you know, other things getting printed later or whatever. I know that it's hard with Gloomhaven. I know with Frosthaven they've said this, and to be honest, it's probably going to have to be the way it is, that, you know, you can't not make something because you're worried about an interaction between one thing and another thing that was printed ages ago, or you're not going to print something in the future because it might interact poorly with something else. You just kind of, if it's there, it's there. But I feel like these kinds of characters are maybe a bit, this is a bit more prone to that kind of thing because it's a very common action, right? It's a very common thing in the game. So, you know, it's quite likely that there will be more characters that will buff attacks in some way, right? Yeah, there's going to be all items that do so. Basically, the class inherently scales drastically, so balancing between too weak and too strong is hard. Yeah, I guess that's a, yeah. It's a very, I mean, I really like the idea for the character, but it is teetering on the edge where I can imagine one player in one party having a drastically different experience than another player playing the same character in a slightly different party, right? With one or two characters. So there's that to consider. Whereas I think that some of the other characters that we've seen before, yes, they have, you know, complementary compositions, but maybe not to this level. Like this would really, really benefit on having some buffing from other people, right? Or even like, you know, blesses and stuff like that. I mean, blesses, obviously a bless on attack 0 doesn't do anything, but, you know, if the poison's there already and stuff like that. When you pick this card, but the enemy cures its poison. I mean, that's also a consideration, right? There are ways to remove it. So this is very interesting. I quite like it, and as a reusable summon, I think it's about on point, really. Like in terms of what it could do for your team, I think it's quite good. This target 3 is probably not going to come into play. I think that's probably quite rare, but enemies will try to avoid difficult terrain. So that's kind of the interesting part of this character too, is the enemy AI will naturally try to not go on to difficult terrain, right? They want to find the shortest amount of movement to get anywhere. So there are going to be gaps left where difficult terrain will be, because you put it there and the enemies avoid it unless you put them on it. So I can see a situation where you put a really nice bit of difficult terrain down earlier with something like this. Then you follow it up with a summon and it actually can do a target 3 or at least a target 2. Like, I don't think that that's uncommon. You think the level 1 skeletons with Bone Shaper are attacked ones as well, and those are reusable summons? Yeah, that seems like trying to find a balance with reusable summons, I think is has been hard. But the thing is that if they don't do much damage, yes, they soak a hit, but you're not really progressing the win condition. This is what a lot of players they fall into this trap. A lot of players really do fall into this trap, which is that the enemy have unlimited stamina. They draw their shuffle ability cards and they shuffle them and they keep going, right? Players do not have unlimited stamina. You have to win the scenario. So sometimes players are like, oh yeah, this is broken. I can just summon an army of skeletons and they'll tank for me forever. It's like, yes, but how are you killing the enemies? because you need to win, right? And I was, you know, it's like, yeah, it's kind of broken. I agree. Like, it's very powerful. And if you have a team that can really lean on that and abuse that time that you buy them, that's really good. But you're not progressing the win condition yourself. You're going to need something else. You can't just do that. Similar to how you can't just, you know, so why I don't like, a lot of people are very high on Retaliate. I'm less high on Retaliate because Retaliate is a mechanic that needs enemies to do certain things at certain ranges to do damage, which is inconsistent. So suddenly scenarios get drawn out and you're very I generally tend to find if you rely a lot on Retaliate, you end up scenarios going long and you end up potentially running out of stamina. You put yourself in the danger zone. Okay, Neurotoxin. Another good name for a card. Attack 1, range 3, target 2, poison and muddle. So this is a pretty basic action, I would say. Nothing like too crazy. I think this is about like standard. I would call this like standard kind of power level, if you like. For a level 1 card. I guess the target 2 makes it a little bit better because the poison obviously is a benefit to your character, but it is just poison 1. Be interesting to see if we can get an enhancement to increase this from poison 1. Like if there's any opportunity to increase the number on poison at some point, that'd be kind of cool. Because that'd be a very unique place to put an enhancement dot, right? Maybe that wouldn't happen because maybe it would mess with the rules too much. I don't know for enhancements. But it'd be an interesting idea. So, yeah, this is just good, right? This is just good. Dish your effects out. Yeah, for sure. The target 2, so being able to poison 2 things might be a little bit better than standard, just because you can essentially get poison going on 2 things, which is quite nice. Like if you were to compare it, so like compare it to Toxic Bolt, right? Is sort of like roughly where you're at, and this is probably a little bit better than Toxic Bolt, and Toxic Bolt's probably about what you'd expect. So yeah, but it's within that range. It's not a million miles away from that. It's maybe a little bit better. The initiative is obviously not great if your intent is to poison and muddle them that particular round. So muddle is one of those kind of interesting ones where you don't really care as much when you kind of land the muddle effect, right? You're not as like muddle's one of those things where I always see it as like I never usually play some sort of attack for muddle, but if an attack has muddle on it, cool, that's a nice extra bonus. It's very rare that I will specifically play something just because it has muddle, unless we're playing Deadly Mondays and we're playing Baneful Hex. That's specifically like what we're trying to do, but it's quite rare. It's not usually like you would evaluate a card and use it just because of the muddle. So poison is an effect that you generally want early because you probably want your allies to use it, hopefully that turn. So the initiative is a bit counter to that. Muddle, I think you don't care as much about when that is. But it is a nice late initiative for you to go. And potentially gives you a nice follow-up on the next turn. So I think it's about right. Muddle's another underrated value. It's low impact, but it's still impact. Yeah, it does something. It does. But it's, you know, it's unless you are putting curses in, I don't think you can really rely on a muddle strategy, if you like. Like, muddle is one of those things where it's... You're putting a lot of faith into the game to, you know, draw favorably for you. Whereas perhaps you should be searching for cards that actually are a bit more active and a bit less passive. Like muddle is a bit more of a passive effect unless you are using, you know, curses and or if there's something else going on that you might have to, right? It's basically shield 1. Is it basically shield 1 though? I mean, I know. I mean, you guys obviously do the math, so I don't, but that's not my general feeling. Possibly, you know, it can be. I I appreciate that it can be very good and you can get a missed attack on it, but it blocks around 0.83 damage. Well, fair enough. But the enemy has to attack, though. You know, again, like Muddle, the enemy has to be doing an attack for Muddle to do anything, right? And similar is why I don't like Retaliate. It's still putting, like, yeah, you can play 100, you can do 100 attack modifier flips, and over 100 attack modifier flips, it saves you 0.83 damage, right? But over, you know, in an average scenario, perhaps you still get bad luck and it doesn't do anything. But yeah, besides, anyway, it's a useful thing, but it's not like, it's nothing that I generally gravitate towards as using, right? 84 initiative with this is maybe not as useful as you'd like, but to be honest, having a late initiative so far is going to be useful. So no, it's not a bad thing to have a late initiative, and there's worse cards to have a late initiative with too, because it's a ranged attack, which means that you can probably find some targets, right? Which is what you want. You want to be able to find this target too. And this will, at least if you go super late, you can probably move into a bit of a dangerous area to get your target 2. Go early on the next round. So the bottom is move 3, heal 3, range 1, and poison. Oh, what? So you can poison yourself or an ally with this? That seems... I guess that's quite a big drawback. Not if they were long resting, but then if they're long resting, you're only technically healing 1. Because they would be healing 2 anyway. So technically it's only an increase of 1, right? Void Warden here. Ah. Some nice interaction with Void Warden. Yeah, if you've got anything that can remove negative effects, right? That could be interesting. I mean, you're not... It's a hard one to evaluate, really. Because obviously this could come back and bite you. It could come back and bite you in a big way. But also, it's not... It's a good combination of abilities. Like, these 2 abilities combined is good. Because you can move a little bit, do a bit of a heal. It's like you get that bonus heal. One of the main things that I dislike about heal is that quite often it takes up your entire turn. Or at least your entire top action. So bottom heals are very, very strong. Because you can kind of do your movement, get a heal in as you go. And it's just a nice, like, stopgap between your potions or your long rests or any other kind of healing that you might get from elsewhere, right? It's just a very nice way. Notice how they have not put an enhancement dot on it. Rip, strengthen. Would have been too strong, but missed opportunity, right? You don't like it because poison negates their future help anyway? Yeah, possibly. If a situation that I can see this happening in, though, is if your ally is going to die to wound, right? This would stop them from dying. And it would be beneficial. You can go before them. I mean, they're not an 84 initiative, I guess, but yeah. Stop trying to slap strength on everything. I'm not, but we're already hyper aware of it, right? We're hyper focusing on it because of this. This character is like clearly bait. Feels not valuable unless someone else is doing a low value heal later on. Yeah, possibly. Like you could do like restorative mist or something like that, right? A nice little heal 1 on everybody. Yeah, so the heal, I guess the heal is pretty situational because of that poison. But if you're a character that doesn't... So here's a couple of theories, right? Where this would be quite good, right? Bone Shaper. Bone Shaper is a character that doesn't actually take much damage themselves. They're a character that uses their health as a resource. So actually being able to heal them for 3 gives them 1 extra summon, right? And the poison isn't that detrimental to them at that point. So they can get it out then. Yes, it blocks them from maybe healing again in the future, but if the intent was to let's get another quick summon out, there's some situational use there. So I do think in general it's probably pretty bad for your average pie, but there could be some interesting play with a few other characters. If you wanted to do like an all-in play on the lightning bolt or something, perhaps this would help you do that. I don't know as well. Heal a bit more health. Suddenly you can use your flurry of axes full potential or something and go for it. You know, there are like weird situations that as a solo player I could probably line up. Multiplayer, much harder. But if you're a solo player, there might be some fun interactions you can come up with, right? So it sounds like the Void Warden as well combos really well with this. Feels like a move 3 go late card. Yeah, maybe. I mean, also I feel like this is top. So, I mean, this is a solid card overall. But yeah, I agree with you guys mostly that this could actually be a detriment to your team in some ways, because it's going to hurt someone who needs a lot of healing, right? Because unless your intent is just to top them up to max health and the poison doesn't really matter because they're going to be long resting soon, and then really only equates to a heal 1, or there's a way for you to buff this amount of heal, it's less useful. Okay, Paralytic Agent. Attack 1, stun. GG's. Good card. I think we know what card we're going to be playing with the 8 initiative move 5 now, chat. Paralytic Agent top, please. Yep.
Nice.
Ease 8 initiative, move 5, stun 1. Attack 1, stun. Thank you very much. Please and thank you. Easy, easy, easy. Right? I mean, this is premium control. So there's absolutely no way that you're not using this. You know, sort of try to nerf the card by making it late initiative, but actually what's quite good here is having this late and having other cards early actually gives you a little bit of nice play here, because you could go on 76, which is fairly late. It's not super late, it's fairly late, or you can pair it with one of your really nice moves and go in there super early and stun the thing that's scary, right? So you could play this late on 76 and it wouldn't be like, that wouldn't necessarily be terrible if your intent is to, you know, go invisible or something. Best card. CC is good. Yeah. Poison makes that attack 1 more. Yeah, plus potentially poison could stack and make the stack 1 a little bit better. Absolutely. There's definitely some good synergy. Just any attack, right, on this character, there's going to be some good synergy. Nerf it. This has amazing. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, actually, the temptation would be to say that it should be that this is nerfing the card, but it's not, because the character has the other card to play with it, right? It's like what I'm kind of playing is that it gives you actually the flexibility of going super early because you have this amazing card, or you can go not super late, but you can go decently late if that's your intent with this as well, which sometimes is a good thing to do. So it's got a lot of flexibility for a stun too, right? Just because of what the card is. You love that we have people here that like super early and super late. No 50s in this debate. 50 it's a running joke for me, Dogmeat, but I hate 50 initiative. I hate it. Anything that's in the range of 40 to 60 is, in my opinion, trash. Like, it basically makes the card unusable for any kind of initiative use, right? You're then just using it for the ability. You are resigned to having to pair it with something else because it's too unreliable for you to be able to be when you want to be. You're basically just, and this is something that I think a lot of players, especially new players, don't really get, the kind of how initiative works in the game and how important it is. Because a lot of characters, people might be like, oh, well, I want to play these 2 cards together. And, you know, they play like a 55 and like a 60 initiative together, not knowing that, like, that's really bad because you're basically just sort of throwing your hands up and saying, I have no clue what the enemy's going to do this turn. Let's just see what happens, right? And that's not a good way to go about playing the game. And you will lose because you'll take a lot of damage and have to burn cards, or enemies will run away from you, and maybe the card that you wanted to play you can't play anymore, and then things just go crazy. So that's why I hate it. So like the best way to nerf an ability on a card for me is to make it 50 initiative. if you want to print a really powerful card, print it at 50 initiative, because then at least the person's going to have to make a tough choice with the second card on what initiative they're going to go using that ability, right? Whether it be early or late. You know, that's a good way to nerf something that, you know, is strong. 40-60 is decent if you go rules as written that you're not supposed to tell numbers of your allies. Safe bet to be later than your ally when they say they're fast. Well, the problem with that is that the metagame gets very, and I don't think this is rules as written fault, Flucus. I think this is just general the metagame's fault. It does not take long for players to really get into a groove of saying, I'm going super early, I'm going kind of early, I'm going middle-ish early, I'm going kind of late early. You know, like, it's very easy to stay within the rules, but yet be pretty clear with whereabouts you're going. And especially once you played for a while with your buddies and you learn their initiatives, you know that when a Cragheart says he's going super early, he's going on 13. And when a Cragheart says I'm going kind of early, you know it's like 20. What is it, 24, like rumbling advance or something, right? It's like, you know what these numbers are, and that's just playing the game. I don't think the communication rules in Gloomhaven are perfect. I think they're very much a band-aid on the alpha gamer problem that a lot of cooperative games suffer from. So by saying to players you're not supposed to discuss this, it leaves the game a little bit more open. And you can't, one player can't say, oh, you should play this card here, because then I'll play this card after that. Then you can go and attack this, then I can attack this, right? Like, a lot of cooperative games can start to boil down to that kind of quarterbacking alpha gamer state. And Gloomhaven's kind of cure to that is by saying you can't talk about those things, which then makes it hard. Although I will say it's quite hard to do that anyway, because there's a lot of physical components in the game. There's a lot going on. It's not like a game of Pandemic where you can potentially see everything at a glance. Whereas in Gloomhaven, you know, people have got cards in their hands. You know, they might have a discard pile stacked on top of each other. There's piles of cards around. It's not as easy. You know, in Pandemic, like, everything is literally face up on the table. But it's... I've always felt like that was a bit of a band-aid on a problem, and that can be navigated very easily by people, right? Your group doesn't say anything at all about what you're doing, you just play cards. Well, that's maybe the best way of doing it, to be honest. If you want to go for that kind of like pure experience, that might be the best way of doing it, because otherwise it's very easy to get into a shorthand that still is within the rules, right? Flame Blade, I'm going as fast as possible equals 1. Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's so many. Anyway, back to the cards. So, attack 1 stun, obviously very strong. Move 4 on the bottom, pretty common for most characters to have a move 4 on this kind of initiative. Like, generally speaking, seems to be a bit of a trend. I don't know if that's just an unwritten rule when creating characters. I don't know, but I always notice that characters have like some kind of like 70 to 80 initiative card that's got move 4 written on the bottom of it. You're gonna take it. Obviously, this is so premium that I find it very unlikely that you would ever play this move 4. I find it very unlikely this will ever be used as a move 4, but it's for a card like this is kind of a good action to have on it, right? Because when there is nothing to attack, you're probably going to want to move, and there's your move. So it at least gives you something to do when there is nothing to attack and stun, which is good. So it's a good combination of abilities. Right, on to Serpent's Kiss. And the naming of these cards, so good. Attack 1, poison 2. There it is. There's the poison 2. So we're saying that we were hoping that we would get some kind of reusable poison of two or 3, but I mean 3 seems really strong, so maybe not 3. There it is. There it is.
Now that's a lot of damage.
So in theory, we can make use of this straight away with that bottom attack that we had too, right? We had this. So we could straight away get a nice tasty attack 4. Also, of course, this is the card to set up Lashing Vines on the next turn. It really is. I mean, what's not to love about this? And actually, this is like the best initiative you would want this ability on. This is like I mean, I would say maybe 99 would actually maybe be the best initiative, but you want to go as late as possible with this. You really do, because you want to be able to just go last in the round, run up to an enemy, poison them for 2, then on the next round, hello, 13 initiative, bang, 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 right? 2, 4, 6. Then and your flips, and then I'm out of there. Run away, right? Play a bottom move. See ya, I'm gone, right? If they're not dead already, but they might be dead at that point. But that's the very good 2-turn combo, right? So I mean, this is obviously a key card in our combo, right? A very, very key card in our combo. So like super premium, and even our allies are going to benefit from this too, right? That's another thing that's quite interesting about this character, more so than maybe some others, is that we've reviewed so far, is that this character is inherently just very powerful in larger groups, whereas the others maybe not so much, right? I guess actually the Luminary, to be fair, had like ally positions, right? Have ally positions? Was it the Illuminati who had that? Or is it the Hierophant who had that? So there's been maybe one more. But anyway, but poison obviously just works incredibly well with the more attacks that you can do. So the more characters you have and summons, it's going to be really powerful, right? It's still strong in 2-player. Yeah, I mean, it's strong within itself, right? It combos very well with itself, which I think every class should do. I don't think any class should be designed in a way that it can't be played at any player count, which is sometimes some of the... I feel like sometimes characters are pushed maybe too far on the spectrum into a very specific role, which makes them less playable at 2-player, right? Kind of case in point, I'd argue maybe that the music note is a little bit too hard in control to such a point where in a 2-player game, she could be quite hard to play with, because there's certain scenarios where you need to kill things and she's just not maybe versatile enough. She has a very good attack modifier deck, and we know you can build her in that way, but perhaps that isn't the way that somebody thinks to do that or is leaning towards doing that. And I think it's quite easy to just want to play the super powerful stuff that she does. And yeah, and also that's one of the reasons why she's broken, because she's pushed incredibly hard in that direction, which gives her less creativity in her build and at player counts, right? Stamina potion that card every time. Yeah, well, the stun one's also a very good one to stamina potion, right? But yes, you're probably to get poison 2 on 2 things would be very good. The bottom of this card could make snakes and oozes useless. Okay, so the bottom is place this card in one adjacent ally's active area and treat it as if they own the card. 2 XP. Anytime you would gain poison, perform a heal oneself instead. Ooh. Wow, this is just like... Yeah, this is really good. You can't do it to yourself, though, right? Interesting, but this is what everyone was talking about with the... So this suddenly turns this card on and makes this very powerful. Suddenly, this now becomes a move 3, heal 4. You have to burn a card for it, though. Kind of interesting. If you're playing two... Actually, if you're playing 2-player, this card's quite tasty, right? Because you know that you're only ever going to want to heal one guy. But then this is so good. Like, giving this up for this... Oof. It's a tough choice. Really tough choice. It's basically shield 2 versus poison. Yeah, it's super good. But it's a very this is good card design because you put two obviously very good things next to each other, forcing the player to have to make a decision. Because this is also something that, in theory, you would want to play earlier rather than later, right? Also, this doesn't make you immune to poison. So if you are already poisoned, it wouldn't remove the poison that you have. Minor point, but a lot of the time, you know, the other cards that we have that do similar, that interact in similar ways have always been like, ignore, you know, you are now immune to it, right? Which is not quite how this card works. It's worded slightly differently. But I always like it when card design is done this way, which gives you a very, very powerful card that's obviously very aggressive. And then you get a card here that's very, very powerful as well, but it's more supportive, right? So this is like your attacking and this is like your support. So you're kind of forced into a position where, where do you want to come down with it? And it makes the card quite versatile too, because like people have said, in certain scenarios where enemies are constantly poisoning you, this actually is just nuts. So I think you would probably play the bottom of this, but in scenarios where, you know, the enemy doesn't have poison as an effect on their attacks, then this is probably going to be better. But I like the duality of it. Plus, you could just burn this maybe a little bit later on, possibly, but it does tend to have more value the earlier you play it, right? You want to try and get this up. Hey, Hermie. You'd argue both sides of support. The best support is unrelating offense. Yeah. I mean, yeah, attacking is the best thing you can do, right? Also, the top is low value against low health targets like Vipers and Imps. But Imps have... Well, yeah, I can see Imps potentially because of the innate shield, but also they heal a lot, right? Or they have a heal. It's still pretty good though. I guess the idea though is that when you're fighting something like, let's say you're fighting something that has 10 health, right? You'd probably much rather try and do, you know, 2 to 3 attacks, like regular attack 3, maybe attack 4 style attacks, you know, draw some modifiers, kill it in somewhere between 2 to 3 attacks on average. Like this probably doesn't speed that up, because you're going to attack it for 1, poison for 2. Maybe you've done 2 damage. It's now at like 8 health. Then you're still probably going to have to do 2 more attacks to kill it. So the amount of actions that you've spent to kill that target is the same, right? You still spent 3 attack actions to kill it. So yeah, I can see that. Imps always draw the +5 shield when you're about to attack. Also true, which makes it really annoying because they would remove the poison and they would shield up for 5, and that would be a complete blowout on this character. Really, you do this and then you'd be like, right, let's go with your 13 initiative, and then they draw their 5 shield, their 5 initiative, shield 5, heal 1, self, or whatever it is. Yeah. So obviously this card is really good, right? We can all agree this card is great and is a big role player for this character. And I like this interaction. Still River Algae. Ooh. Loot 1, strengthen range 1. Top loot, 9 initiative. All right, maybe the bottom's a bit better. Create difficult terrain in the hex you occupy. If it contains no overlay tiles, move 3. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. I mean, as far as the loot cards go, it's pretty decent. I mean, you can do this. You could strengthen an ally, right? And then they could have a really good turn. So if you wanted to coordinate a little bit with your team, 9 initiatives pretty early. Probably a good chance that you can go before your ally, get a good strengthen, get some loot in the process. It's a pretty good loot action. It all happens in one turn as well. I hate looting over multiple turns. I like it when I can just, you know, do my looting in one turn and I'm done. And this card kind of does that. You just kind of move into the nice place to do the loot 1. Maybe get the strengthen off 2. You can strengthen yourself, you know, for the next turn. You could, in theory, as well, if you were in a position to use the bottom attack, right? You could loot, strengthen, and then you could use the bottom attack that we've seen already. Where are you? There you are. So you could also do this, which could be quite good. A little bit weird because, of course, you'd probably want to do the attack first before you do the loot, because hopefully he's going to drop a token. You're going to kill him, hopefully. But still works pretty well, though. Single-digit loot actions should be banned. I think if it's on the top of a card like this, it probably should be single-digit. Because obviously, if this was loot 2, it would be really obnoxious. Like, this character would just hoover up so much loot. So, if it's on the top, I think loot 1 is pretty fair. Right? Use the strengthen and then the card with the 3. Yeah, exactly. So, you could... If you're in a decent position, you could move, loot, move, loot, strengthen. Then the next turn you could do it. Or if you were already in a good spot, you could loot, strengthen, do that bottom attack, get an attack off. Then you could, next turn, you could go all in for the big 3 attacks. With the 9 initiative, that might be a little bit, you know, you'd have to be a bit careful with these kinds of things. You know, this is probably going to draw some fire. I can definitely see some situations where this character, similar to the Scoundrel, where you think you're safe, you play some early initiatives, you don't run away, or for whatever reason, you miss an attack and you can't run away. And then suddenly, like, you have 3 archers focused on you and you burn cards because you got such a low health pool, right? So there's definitely some things to be a bit careful with this character, for sure. Oh, you mean single-digit initiatives, not the actual thing. Yeah, I mean, going super early and looting is... It's not nice when you're in a looting race with your allies. I've not been a fan, and this is something that I've complained about a little bit before, is ranged characters. In general, ranged characters have a harder time looting, right? Because they don't need to move. Melee characters can move, attack, you know, loot, move, attack, loot, and they will automatically kind of naturally loot as they move forward. And they'll also be able to have the first crack at the loot because they're probably going to be closer to the enemy, right, than the ranged character, who might not be able to get there with a move 3 or a move 2, but default action might not be able to get there, or maybe doesn't want to get there because then they'd be disadvantaged on their attack, right? So then there's these kind of I always found that ranged characters always get a bit of a raw deal when it comes to looting. So certainly having something like this on a melee based character is also a little bit obnoxious, because then essentially, you know, the ranged character is sat at the back like, hey, you leave some for the rest of us, right? And you're just hoovering everything up as you go. Your experience, the most proficient looters was Spellweaver, Angry Face, Hatchet, and 3 Spears. Well, the reason why 3 Spears is very good, because obviously their loot cards in general are very good, right? I mean, they've also, you could potentially get the items, so I can see why 3 Spears would be very good. 3 of them were run by the same person, possibly. I can see the Spellweaver. Well, the Spellweaver, because they have a repeatable burn loot 2, right? Because of Reviving Ether, they can play Loot 2 on the bottom of Coldfire, is it? And they can play that twice. So they just need to get themselves into a decent position and they can do that. Whereas, you know, most other characters would be nervous about burning a Loot 2 quite early on in a scenario, whereas the Spellweaver can get away with it, right? But I can see why the 3 spears would get a lot of loot. Angry Face, that's more interesting to me because Angry Face is obviously, I stay in one spot, I play a bottom Doom, and then I attack, and then I play another bottom Doom, and I attack. Like, it feels like they kind of find their spot in a scenario quite a lot of the time, and then they sit there for a few turns. Like, they're not a character that moves much between turns, so that's an interesting one. I'm not sure. Maybe they're just, yeah, maybe they were a really good job at convincing you to leave coins for them. I don't know. Hatchet swims. Yeah, Hatchet is very good at looting. Yeah, I'll concede that. So anyway, at the very worst, though, this card is a move 3 or 9 initiative, which is very good. Not as good as move 5, but it's very good. I think it's interesting that you create this and then you move off of it. Which is kind of a little bit weird. But I guess that would at least give you some terrain, maybe, to summon your vines on a future turn if you wanted to, or your ivies, sorry. So there's going to be some benefit. There's definitely benefits to it. Just a little bit weird because you kind of want to move, then put it underneath you to obviously then get some bonuses for yourself, possibly. So, but maybe we have some more cards as well that are going to care a little bit more about that. Intention is to run away and make it hard for enemies to chase. Yeah, I guess that's true. It does create some good separation. That's a good point. Yeah, it's a really good point. You can create a bit of separation there, especially if let's say there were other things in play as well, like obstacles or traps or even more difficult terrain. Perhaps then you make like a wall of difficult terrain so they have to physically go on it. And then if they have a low amount of movement, they ain't going to be able to get to you. Difficult terrain is one of those things that at early levels is going to be quite impactful because enemies' move values are quite low. But when you get into very high level, you know, enemies' move values are like crazy, right? They can be nuts. So it's very hard to get away from like an elite living bones at like when they're level 7. So we'll see. But yes, that's a good point. There's some good use there for that too. Got to keep allies away from you. Yeah, also maybe you can, yeah, also potentially drop it and then move in front so yeah, your allies can't get your loot. Mudslide. Attack 2, target 2, add +1 attack and muddle if the target occupies difficult terrain. Attack 2, target 2, add 1 attack and muddle. I mean, that's an attack 3 on 2 different things, right? I mean, that's 6 damage, chat. That's 6 damage. Could be a decent amount of damage. I'll say so. 6 damage plus obviously... Hopefully their poison, sorry. Hopefully the targets are poisoned. So at this point in time, you're looking at even more. So, I mean, this is top tier. Top tier attack, for sure. And the muddle is a nice thing to tack onto the end. Like we said before, muddle's maybe not something that you would really chase after, but it will help out a lot, and it will over the course of the scenario it'll add up. So really good, right? With the target 2 poison the previous turn, this turn move in and attack them for 6 to 8. Yeah, definitely. And it's a low initiative again. Another low initiative, 18. Reusable 1 XP. I get the feeling this character's going to kind of level up fairly quickly, right? You know, you've got reusable summon for 1 XP. You've got another reusable poison for 1 XP. 1 XP for getting the bonus here. You don't even have to get the bonus for the 1 XP on this one. You don't even have to get this to get the 1 XP, which is interesting. Yeah, super good. The bottom, create difficult terrain in the hex you occupy if it has no overlay tiles, and up to 2 adjacent hexes with no overlay tiles. Just put a bunch of difficult terrain down. That's also very thematic to the name. And, you know, gets your difficult terrain stuff started, right? And also, you could, in theory, put this under an enemy, right? If you were next to an enemy, you could essentially just put it underneath them. So you could, in theory, you could actually, this could be quite a good bottom to use with the other one, right? Which was this. If you wanted to just try and do one big attack, you could use the bottom to put it underneath, and then just use the top to attack this. A bit, maybe not the best, cleanest use, right? Because the immobilize then doesn't really do anything, but it's interesting. Most of the XP seems very unconditional in the level 1 spread. Yeah. Seems like you could be able to get XP very freely with this character. Like Mind Thief attacks, just have 1 XP. You've mentioned similarities to Mind Thief so far. Nothing specific, but playstyle kinda. Yeah, I can see that. I can see some good similarities. Like the Mind Thief is all about like the augment bonuses, right? And also like the negative condition bonuses. It kind of has that feel to it, right? I know that the Mind Thief never really got that going. Potentially because the Mind's weakness is too good. But the idea of getting those bonus to attacks if the enemy has negative conditions or additional, the top of Perverse Edge, and there's another top that I am misremembering right now. But there's the other top action that does that. Is it the top of Feedback Loop, maybe? No. Submissive Affliction. Is that the one? Submissive Affliction. So those ideas are kind of being explored a little bit more here, but obviously it's a bit different, but I can see similarities for sure. You're not sure how this class survives with left CC and no RNG invis so far. Guess just running in and out. Yes, I think it, to me, I'm getting the same vibe as early Scoundrel play, which is that you need to play your character quite well. Like the Scoundrel appears to be a very easy character to play, but actually it's mainly an initiative game. It's really just about playing your initiative and being in the right place at the right time, timing your turns correctly, which is not something that every player immediately grasps. And I get the same feeling with this. Very similar play style in that respect. I think the Mind Thief in general is like go early as much as possible. This might still might be a little bit like that, but I get the feeling that maybe they are a little bit more like the Scoundrel in the fact that it's like, right, let your ally get next to an enemy, so you go late, so you can go in and get your flanking bonus. Then you go early the next turn, and you get your flanking bonus again, and you move away, or you know, to safety, stuff like that. And there's a nice kind of backwards and forwards between that. Scoundrel doesn't even play the initiative game. You believe going 86, then 4, then 93 isn't playing the initiative game. Well, I mean, like, they have maybe less cards to allow them to do so, but I think it very much is the way to play level 1 Scoundrel pretty well. There are problems with Scoundrel in general because her damage output is very high, so I think you can kind of get away on normal difficulty, even maybe +1. Not worrying so much about that, but I feel like the intention for the character was to, you know, jump in, attack, try and do 2 turns back to back, run away like that. I feel like that's always been the intention with the character thematically. However, the numbers on her are a bit skewed, and at basic levels she just kills things very quickly, so often players don't get punished, right? To be clear, you're saying that her initiatives are faster and everything than slower than everything. Yes, but like, well, okay, yeah, all right. Well, different definitions of playing the initiative game then. You know, my feeling of like always going early is not always true with the Scoundrel. You know, like with melee characters in general, like you just kind of always want to go early so you can react but Scoundrel has more interplay with her allies and the position of her allies. So the whole early, late type dynamic is a bit different. Which is kind of like, yeah, they're not playing the initiative game is in the terms of they're not having to adapt, maybe. Then I guess, yeah, they're not playing like the game in the terms of having to adapt. They have very good information. They have the best spread. So they will always be able to go when they want. That's fair. But that is part of playing the character well. I think people mess that up quite often by doing silly things like playing things at the wrong time, or moving really early into before their allies are next to them. Like the number of times I see new players playing the Scoundrel go super early on their initiative and they have no flanking bonuses because they're going quicker than everybody else in their party. I know, it's like it's a very common thing that I see. Like, it's so common to see players go, oh, cool, I can go early and hit something. And then they're like, oh, hang on, there's no allies there. And then they kind of go, well, I don't know what to do. I guess I go over here and I attack this guy for 3. Like, and then they come out of Black Barrow with like 5 XP. Like, why did I only have 5 XP? It's like, oh, because you didn't manage to do the thing, This character, though, you get XP for doing anything, so it's fine. But you do have to get those bonuses, right? Okay. So Mudslide top, very strong. We can all agree that it combos really well with what we are doing with the poison and stuff. Great initiative as well. And the bottom is also like very interesting, but I feel like the top is probably where it's at, but we may play the bottom. Sinkhole, attack 1, range 3, immobilize, big AoE, huge AoE. Create difficult terrain in all targeted hexes. That's nuts. That's nuts. I mean, it's a low value attack, but with poison, it's pretty fair to think that 2 of those enemies might be poisoned.
No,
That's a lot of damage. So potentially a lot of damage full. Absolutely. That's a lot of terrain. Yeah, now that's a lot of terrain too. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is really good, right? Immobilize is annoying as hell as well for these enemies. You get a big bunch of bandits with this, like bandit guards or just like vermilings. Like it's, and against unshielded enemies too. They attack 1, you flip a +1 or a +2. That's doing stuff. That's actually really doing quite a good amount of damage. This has a lot of upside. A lot of upside. And the difficult terrain is only going to make it so that the enemies are more likely to get hurt later. I guess the awkward thing with this is obviously if you flip your attack modifiers that give you extra damage with difficult terrain, then you're not going to get it because you do it afterwards. So it's kind of like you do this and then this happens. I mean, it is a burn, but I would rank this higher than something like Net Shooter, for sure. And Net Shooter is a burn. Net Shooter can get you more XP though, and it does more damage. But this is potentially not like a complete like game changer, like it's going to swivel the game, but this could freeze a lot of enemies in place for a good amount of time. So for a burn effect, I think it's actually a pretty good burn effect. Something that you could pull out in a pinch, right? You need so many extra difficult terrain hexes, but will it be worth it when you see the rest of your party trying to move? The class has its own. Oh, so there's actually more difficult terrain tiles provided with the game. That's interesting. That's actually really interesting. So it's quite interesting too, because if you had enemies, let's say at the back here, so let's say you just only had like a couple of enemies, you could orientate this to just put low difficult terrain. You know, it puts difficult terrain in everything, right? So then these 3 enemies are going to like really struggle to get to you anyway. So even on subsequent turns, they're going to struggle. Like this guy's going to be like, oh man, I'm stuck here forever, right? I am literally stuck here forever. When am I ever going to get over to you? In certain scenarios, you could plop this like right in the middle. Like Sinkhole is the great name for this, because it is literally just whacking an area onto the board, and if it's a clean area, there's nothing else in it. That will affect enemy focus and movement for, you know, rounds and rounds and rounds and rounds to come, and will give you that ability to, you know, move around that, to try and dodge the odd attack anyway, especially at low levels. I think at higher levels, this stuff starts to become less good. I mean, obviously, Immobilize is always good, but in terms of like using difficult terrain as sort of like pseudo CC becomes less good the higher levels you get, because the enemies get more movement. But at level 1, and probably for a little while after that too, like it's not immediately going to become not as good. It's useful. Living corpses permanently locked in place. Yeah. What's the hand size again? 10. So we can sustain a burn, but we have had like 1 active, I guess. But then I guess the thing is that realistically, we kind of want to play the top of this. So yeah, I mean, we haven't actually seen like, I guess we had the big stun, right? Where's the big stun? We had the big stun, but that's like an end of, like that's at an end of scenarios kind of deal. We can probably sustain 1 fairly early burn, right? 10 cards, probably don't want to play more than 2 losses in the first round. Oh, absolutely not, yeah. So we can sustain it. We can sustain this. This would be quite a good engine starter for you too, right? Get a load of difficult terrain down. That kind of enables a lot of your other cards. So this switches this on very quickly, switches the other on very quickly, switches the summon on very, very quickly. So this is like a really good way to just sort of jumpstart your engine and just get going, really, right? So yeah, good burn, right? So move 3 is on the bottom. All allies are unaffected by difficult terrain this round. Need the bottom to get this for your party to get through the top. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. You have to burn this, right? And then you lose this, because this will be really good to help you get through the terrain you just plonked down. This is good. I mean, it's nice to have something in your toolbox here to just kind of undo some of the difficulty that you've made for your allies probably at this point. I'll be honest, playing a melee character with the Mirefoot, like if I was playing another melee character, so if I was, for example, if I was playing Sunkeeper, oh man, imagine playing defensive stance Sunkeeper with this guy. Like, you're just like, oh god, I'm never gonna move. I'm never gonna get to the door, right? It's never gonna happen. And then this kind of thing really kind of at least gives you that that breathing room for maybe a turn. And you'd have to do a little bit of syncing up with your team here, right? You'd have to be like, okay guys, I'm doing the card, get ready to move. Oh, I can help you guys move next turn, you know. It's teammate thematic. Get rid of their supportive ability to screw you over. Yeah. 1 move enemies will be forever stuck in the pits with no company but your poison ivies. True. You could completely lock down living corpses. Who else kind of moves 1? How many of us that move what? Just move just 1? Oh, golems do too, right? Quite often. Earth demons, yeah. And like it'll become less good as they level up, because their moves will start to go up, right? Let you have your dreams. I think it's a good strategy. At level 1, it will trivialize certain enemy types, right? This is a good X card, I think, in general, right? If we're looking at X cards to be, you know, I know that we always talk about this like every week, like what is an X card supposed to be? Like I think by the rules they're supposed to be the advanced cards, but nowadays a lot of us see them more as situational cards or sideboard cards or cards you might consider with a certain party but maybe not with another type of party. Or if you wanted to play, like if you were playing a support role, maybe you'd have the support X cards or something like that. Like, you know, we see them more as like as optional kind of cards, but I know that they were supposed to be the more complex mechanics from the original game, I think was the intent. But I like them more as sideboard cards. I think that makes a lot of sense. Make them cards that are maybe not completely useful in every single scenario or for every build, but are something that you can see a good use for it. And when maybe you go into a scenario, you actually kind of flick through the cards and go, maybe I'll change up my cards a little bit. You know, there's this particular scenario layout. These are the map tiles we're using. Okay, like maybe it's a long scenario. Maybe I need some more move. Or there's going to be a lot of difficult terrain. Maybe I can use this, you know? I like that. Yeah, I think that's fair, Nits. That's a good way of doing it. Except Frigid Apparition. Yeah, I mean, Frigid Apparition is the kind of the annoying one, because that is the... Like, that's the one that is the kind of example that breaks the rule, because that is just like your second best level 1 card. Wow. Maybe your third best. Mind's Weakness, Perverse Edge, Frigid Apparition. That order, maybe? I don't know. So anyway, Sinkhole. I think we could probably take this though. Like, I'd happily take this. Oh yeah, you got the Brute, right? With Skewer and Balanced Measure as well. Yeah, that's fair. There's a few. Like, I think I mean, I don't know how they're going to approach X cards as much in the future. To be honest, it's been a while since I've looked at the Frosthaven cards. I need to relook at those, really. But yeah, I feel like approaching them more as, like, sideboard cards is a better way of approaching them in general. Like, make the level 1 cards, like, the core of the character. And then the X cards to be, like, the added flavor and something a bit different. Obviously, some characters may end up reaching for more X cards than others, but, you know, I think that's fine. Oh, because the Skewer was consume an element, and elements are complex. So Volatile Tonic. Attack 1, range 2. Add wound 2 if the target has poison, and add poison 2 if the target has wound. Gain 1 if a condition is applied. Nice. Okay, well, this is pretty good. Very easy for us to poison, right? We've already got a great card that poisons 2 targets, potentially. We also have something that adds wound. This basically just gives them the one that they don't have. And it's pretty decent. I think you really want to be applying wound 2 here, don't you? I mean, you've got that though. So I guess there's some flexibility. You really want to be adding wound 2 with this. It's very flexible, but I think you're probably going to end up adding the wound 2 more than you are the poison 2, right? You think this is a lot better with wound from poison than vice versa, because it's like 2 to 4 minutes. Yeah, exactly. And the numbers add up in that way too, right? Because if they're already poisoned, then you're getting the bonus of that poison with this attack, right? Whereas wound is something that happens on their turn. It makes sense to attack a poisoned enemy, right? If you're adding wound to poison 2, how is it going to live long enough for any value from the wound? Well, the wound only needs like 1... To be clear, wound only really needs to tick once to really be, especially if it's a wound 2. I would say that wound 2 would only need to tick once for it to be worth it, right? So if an enemy was close to death and you just miss out because you draw like a -1 or something, like wound is pretty good. But I absolutely agree that the correct way of doing it is adding wound to a poisoned enemy, because then you'll be attacking them for 2, maybe more if they've got more stacks, right? And then you'll be getting the 2 damage from the wound too. 31 initiative does make this a little bit more awkward, right? Because this is something that you'd want to do early if you wanted to add the wound. But you've got plenty of cards you can pair with this, so that's not a problem. You assume wounds trigger twice. Yeah, I mean, it's fair. Wounds, I always see wounds as a way to just kind of clear up, to almost clear up those enemies that you don't quite finish, right? You get them down to maybe 1 or 2 turns of wound and you're like, let's ignore them and let the wound kill them, right? And that usually means a couple of ticks. Of course, if you've got an enemy that's like got a lot of health, like an elite golem of something like that, that's got a crazy amount of health, obviously wound's going to tick much more. But it really depends on the enemies that you're fighting. Range 2 is awkward. I would kind of, but the thing is that you have a lot of big moves, decent moves, so I would think that you can get it. I think the range 2 is kind of a way of mitigating its usefulness somewhat. It would be harder to maybe get like an archer at the back of a room. Yeah, for sure. If that was your intent. If you enhance it, does it trigger itself? That's interesting. So if you were to... No, because this is added to the effect, right? So the ordering of attacks doesn't work that way. So if we were to add, let's say we were to add poison to this attack, right? So we would do this effect as part of the attack. So basically the poison would be added at the same time as this. Does that make sense? So we do the attack, and before we pull the attack modifiers, before we actually perform the attack, we check conditions. So this would be here to see if we need to add. Then all of the added effects are added simultaneously right at the very end if the enemy lives, essentially, right? The very last thing that kind of happens really is like added effects. So, you know, any condition that you have to your effect, like muddle, immobilize, poison, wound, curse, anything like that is part of it, that happens towards the end. And then retaliate also happens at the end. So for example, if you kill an enemy, you don't add the curse, right? Because they're dead, therefore they don't get the added negative effect. Doesn't happen because they're dead. So there's nobody to add it to. So it's like you do the attack value, you do the damage, then you apply the effects, and then like retaliate triggers sort of thing. It's like if retaliate would trigger. So the ordering of attacks is quite important with the way this card works. But I think the card kind of reads pretty well from that respect. Like I personally don't find that too confusing. But maybe that's like I did a whole video on order of attacks, so it was like a section of the rules that I delved into a fair bit. Wound 2, range 2 with 3 hex AoE on the bottom. I mean, that's pretty good. The range 2 on this though, that's a bit of a killer. But you can like arrange this a bit differently. So, well, you can add another hex to it too. Ooh, I'm usually against enhancing a burn ability, unless it's like a passive ability. This one though, have you got the money? Not bad. Did we have any level 1 bottom poisons or wounds? No. No. Everything's always been tied to the top so far. We've had 1 bottom attack so far. So this is this... actually, no. Sorry. We had 2 bottom attacks, maybe. No, 1 bottom attack. But we've had... This is like... This technically isn't an attack, right? It's pretty good. The AoE pattern mitigates the range too. Yeah, it does. Somewhat, yeah. It's fair, because you can orientate it in a preferential way. The first card was a bottom wound. Oh, but it wasn't an attack, right? Sorry, I thought we were talking about attacks. Yeah. So this is, yeah. Immobilize and wound range 2. I mean, wound 2 is really good. Super wound is really quite good. This is also very strong. I can see this being an X card you want to take. For sure. Initiative is okay. But I think that this is really... I can see a world where I want to play the bottom of this card and the top. Like, I'd be really happy to just get things rolling with the bottom of this card. What do I think about enhancement burn actions cost half in Frosthaven? I think that's a good idea. As long as the burn action itself is not too good. I think you have to be a bit careful, right? But in theory, I think a burn action should be easier because you can't repeat it, right? The thing with Frosthaven though is they're changing the dots, right? So there's going to be a lot more. They're going to have a lot more control over what you can enhance, which will also improve that element too. So they will ensure that you can't bust it up, I would think. But if you have the ability to chuck like disarm on a burn like massive target, like something like unstable upheaval for half the price, I mean that might be a bit too good, but we'll see. So as long as they control that element of it, yeah, I'm all for it. Disarm does not exist in Frosthaven. Okay. So, Copperneck Berries. Heal 4, range 1. That's a very good heal. Move 3, strengthen. There it is. We found it. We found it, chat. We don't even have to pay for it. We don't even have to pay for it. There's a bit of a downside here. But oh boy. I'm surprised we're getting it for free here. I thought these characters were supposed to be more balanced. I'd literally just give a strengthen on an X card. Jeez. You'd poison yourself though? What does that matter? I've killed everything. Yeah. Who cares? Everyone's dead. What does it matter if I'm poisoned? I mean, the downside is obviously if you were to get blown out, the downside is pretty bad, pretty rough. But I mean, if you are kind of smart, and obviously 70 initiative could be it could be a bit later, but it's fairly late. There's a good chance for you to be able to miss getting hit by some enemies, and then you can just sort of like, you know, next turn go early, do your big attacks, and scurry away. And then it doesn't really matter, right? You'd like to see a poison 2 self? That'd be interesting if you could do that. That would be very interesting, actually. You do have the heal, right? So, in theory, you have a few heals, and you... Well, I guess the heal poisons yourself, though. So, it doesn't really change this situation. It's interesting, because obviously, in your... Against the... with the other burn, with the bottom of that burn, with the poison 2, we could, in theory, strengthen our ally and heal them for 1 with this card, which is kind of nice. I mean, everybody's going to be taking this card for this, though. Like, every greedy player is going to do it, and they're going to do this on themselves. I don't see a situation where you're not doing it on yourself. Poison is a bit more dangerous for low health melee. That's fair. We have got a very low health pool, so it is more dangerous. But I still think the whole sentiment of they're already dead means you don't have to worry about it. Like it's the glass cannon, right? And I like playing glass cannons, so I enjoy playing glass cannons. So if things go wrong for you, they can go wrong very quickly, but hopefully they don't. You do wish the bomb was focused on only applying it to allies. Yeah, I mean, it does fall into like... I mean, this is just an effect that we know is very, very good on yourself. So... It enables the damage on this character quite a lot. I can see this character outputting some crazy levels of damage, really. I really can. But the stars do have to align a little bit, right? You do have to work a bit for it. You do have to kind of be quite cute with your initiative to make sure that you get things going at the right time. So it's not going to be like just handed to you, like perhaps other characters. Like I would argue like the Mind Thief just gets it handed to them, like very simply. Like there's not... I don't think the Mind Thief is particularly hard to play, and they just do a boatload of damage. Whereas it feels like this character, there's a little bit more substance to it. Like you have to work a little bit harder for it. It's a bit more danger to it. You haven't got that. You haven't got invisibility. I mean, you have a rolling modifier that gives you invisibility, I think, but that's it, right? So far that we've seen. So this is an auto include for me. I mean, it has to be. Ooh, level 2. So that was our last X card. So very strong X cards as well. 3 decent X cards to think about there. I mean, yeah, I'd argue that you'd want to take all 3 of them. Pretty rough, right? Perks now? Yeah, let's do perks now then, before we go across. That's a good idea. So perks. We can replace 1 -2 with 1 +0. Very good. That's improving our damage a fair amount. Always good to get rid of that -2. Also, with a character that does a lot of attack 1s, just getting rid of the minuses is obviously going to be very good here, because that could potentially mean that we just do nothing as well. So even if we have, you know, like even if we just have lots of +0s, at least there's, you know, potentially going to be doing some damage because we have poison or we're doing attack 1s. So replace 1 -2. That's very good. Replace 1 -1 with 1 +1. We can do that twice, which is pretty good. Replace 2 +0 cards with 2 +X, where X is the poison value of the target cards. That's kind of interesting. Obviously could lead to some crazy draws where if you're attacking something with poison 2 and you so you're already attacking them, maybe you're attacking them for like 4 because they have poison 2 already, and then you draw this, that means it goes up to 6. It's essentially like a +2 at the very minimum. This is, well, this isn't quite as good as, let's say, replacing 2. You get to do it, you get to get 4 cards in total here though. It's interesting because obviously if you were just replacing 2 +0 cards with +1s, that would be maybe more consistent, but perhaps the amount of poisoning this character can do, the upside of this potentially doing a +2 is very good. I like thematically where this perk is at. It just makes you much better at what it is you're doing and keeps you doing what you do best, which I like. I like perks like that. I like perks that really encourage you to kind of just go all in on it and encourage you and reward you for that. And this definitely does that, right? Sounds like a class that goes in my hate pile. Too cute. Sounds like I like it. So, but I do like it. It's an aggressive character, which I like. I like aggressive characters. Like I said, this is a glass cannon, and I like glass cannons generally. You know me, I like my big flurry of axes. I don't really care. Like, if the enemy's gonna hit me, hopefully they all die. You know, I don't worry about what the enemy's doing. Just worry what I'm doing. Replace 2 +1 cards with 2 +2. So that's just straight giving us, I a +1 damage increase with those. So far, we haven't had any thinning, right? No, everything has been like for like. So our deck's the same kind of size still. Then we got replaced 1+1 with 2 rolling. So this is thinning. So we'd get rid of 2 +1s with 2 rollings. Sorry, replace 1 + 0 with 2. Create difficult terrain in the hex occupied by the target. It's kind of interesting. Obviously, that would help with like a follow-up attack. I would actually see this as something fairly similar to like rolling elements. So, you know, a lot of characters have like a flip an element or something, create their element. I would see this in very much the same way. I would usually not take these kinds of perks until a little bit later on in the character development, because they only give you the benefit when you flip them, right? And you can't count on flipping it at the right time on the right enemy. So if you get a bit of extra value every now and again from something like this, it's really good. But it's not something that I would like to build my strategy on. Like, if I need that enemy to be on difficult terrain, you damn well know that I'm playing a card that would put them onto difficult terrain, or would have engineered the game to have them already on the difficult terrain. And similarly with elements, like if you know you really need an element for next turn, then generally speaking you do it. The exception to the rule is triangles with that, because triangles has so many elements in their deck that they kind of just crystallizing blast and see what happens, right? And see what they got to work with for the next turn. They're a little bit different, but generally speaking, characters that I would see that in the same way. Like, instead of an element, we have difficult terrain. That's what enables us. So I would rather kind of go with the more, let's say, known quantity here than go with this like quickly. Hey, Mac Simubro, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Adventuring Party, my friend. Good to have you here with us. I hope you are having a good time. I really appreciate the support. Thanks so much, buddy. It's 2 cards and it's thinning twice, though. Yeah, that's true. But I think that it's thinning. But obviously, like, early on, you really don't want to be hitting the -2s. So I still feel like, in particular, these 2 perks are always going to be good, right? And solid choices. So although this is thinning, if you've got like your Vines attack, right, which was attack +0, it was an attack 0, attack 0, attack 0. It's going to be better for you to you know, draw you know, if the enemy is poisoned or poisoned 2, you're still doing an attack 2, right? So I don't really want to draw this. So, you know, thinning is good, absolutely. So I still think, yeah, this is a perk you might want at some point. But if we might be able to do some more thinning as we go down. But what I'm saying is that I don't really rate this effect. I rate the thinning, but I don't necessarily rate this effect as much. But yeah, the thinning is always generally good, right? So the thinning is very good at improving your damage, but I wouldn't be banking on this. Except for maybe the occasional, like, oh, that's nice. Maybe I can change my card next turn. Like, that might come up occasionally. Replace 1+1 card with 1 + 0 wound 2 card. That's kind of interesting, because it's like you're netting 1 damage if you go early. Right? I mean, in general, wound 2 is pretty good. Also, the better effect takes over from the lesser effect, right? So if they were already wounded, this would like improve that to a wound 2. Not as good as obviously just drawing it against an enemy that has no wound. That would feel probably pretty good. So this does in theory increase that damage by 1. But against, well, it's interesting. Well, against shielded enemies, that's an interesting one. I can't really quite figure that one out. I think it is good, but I can't quite figure out like if I would want it super early or not. Not sure. Probably not super early, because replacing a +1 is a pretty big deal early on in the game. It could be 4 damage. What, this? Well, yeah, but then if you think about it, you've taken 1 off, right? So realistically, it's only 1 additional damage that turn. Unless, of course, you're against something with high shield and you wouldn't have hurt them anyway. There's some like weird things about the game that would upset the numbers, right? You know, if you're attacking something that's got shield 4, your +1's probably not going to do any damage anyway. So you're kind of hoping to draw this card. You know, there's elements of that, absolutely. But realistically, you're trading 1 damage that round. Let's say if the enemy had no shield, you know, no, they didn't have wound on them already. It's a fresh enemy. You're trading you're getting 1 additional damage that round, and potentially 2 damage in addition the next round. So, yeah, it's good, but yeah, I'm not quite sure where I put it right now. Imagine if you really commit to stuff that has difficult terrain synergy at later levels. It's some incentive to take the difficult terrain relatively early. We'll see. I mean, how quickly we can earn perks on this character too could be interesting. Add for rolling +0, but +1 if the target occupies difficult terrain cards. Now, I quite like this because this isn't deck thinning. It doesn't change, although it physically changes the size of your deck. Mathematically, it doesn't, right? Because they're rolling. So this is all good. If you are playing, I mean, I don't know if is Crimson Scales designed with the new advantaged attack modifier rules in play, guys, or was that not really considered at this point, or is it? I'm just interested to know, like, if that ever came into the point, right? Not really designed, but you just reckon. Okay, yeah, because it's interesting because obviously a character that has self-strengthen, I immediately start to step away from this kind of thing just because that's the only way that we miss, right? So when a character has self-strengthen and you're playing the original Gloomhaven strengthen rules for advantage and disadvantage with rolling modifiers, then they do become less good. But I know as a general rule of thumb, most people are now playing with the new rules because the house rule is now in digital. You know, most people house ruled it in their own games of Gloomhaven anyway, and it is changed in Frosthaven. So, generally speaking, going forward, it's a dead rule. But interesting to know, like, at what point it was thought about. It was released before the Frosthaven rules became public. Yeah. But I mean, I'm glad that something like this is in because I think it's again, it's quite cool. I think there's a nice player feel here when you flip these, right? It's gonna feel really good when we flip this. We flip these cards. So, like, getting this +1 is gonna feel really good. And if you go on like a tear with these and flip a couple of these, it's gonna feel really good. Like on a single enemy who's like poison 2'd already, just do a huge attack against them. There's a huge ceiling. Add to rolling invisible self if you occupy difficult terrain cards. Less excited about this one. I feel like, again, like if you are not on difficult terrain, it doesn't do anything. If you are on difficult terrain, perhaps you don't want to go invisible. Like, invisible is one of those, again, it's an effect that when I want to go invisible, I want to play it. So just randomly gaining invisibility at times, obviously it's good for you, but if you play like solo, like I do a lot, I like to have control over the board more, and something like a rolling invisibility can sometimes make an enemy do something stupid or now really annoying for me, right? It's generally, if you're playing solo, you're going to be pretty happy when you flip it, but I wouldn't recommend it as something to use early, right? On to the spicy one, chat. Gain Poison Dagger, item 11. You may carry 1 additional hand item with dagger in its name. So a free, what is it? Is it 20 gold? Poison Dagger? Is it 25 gold? How much is it? I feel like it's like 25 or something. So it's a good money saving to begin with. Especially if, let's say, let's say in your first 2 scenarios, you manage to get it. You get like a double perk point and a single perk, right? 20 gold, right? You can carry 1 additional item with dagger in its name. It's very interesting. Thematically, I like the idea that you've kind of like got another dagger strapped to your body somewhere, so you can kind of like pull it out. I think that's a really, like, the Drifter has got a similar perk, right, where they can have an additional hand item, like, and it's kind of thematic to that character because they just kind of have like a bunch of stuff. And I like the idea of that, of having an additional dagger. The Mind Thief, the Scoundrel could have really done with something like this, right? Would have been quite a cool perk for the Scoundrel too. Very thematic to her, with her like throwing knives, because she throws like 3 throwing knives all the time, right? Or 4 with some of them. The big burn. Ozone poison, says dagger though. Yes. Well, I mean, you get the poison dagger, right? And then I guess any other item. Versatile dagger, anybody? Or is it versatile blade? Versatile... Did you get... Isn't one of them dagger? Yeah, versatile blade. Isn't that one a dagger? Not that you ever probably want to do that, but it's versatile dagger. It is versatile dagger. Yeah, versatile dagger and balanced blade, right? Okay. So you got versatile dagger. I mean, not that that's the most exciting item, because this character may not want to do that, but I mean, when you've got something with poison 2, you can do a default attack 3 on it. I mean, come on, guys. There are only 2 daggers in the base game. If including Forgotten Circles and Crimson Scales, you're up to 4 options. That's interesting. I mean, the idea, though, I guess that the real idea here is to give you a free poison dagger and free up your other 2 hands for just something else, right? In all likelihood, this is going to be you get a free poison dagger and it doesn't take up a slot. Right? That's in all likelihood, that's what it's going to be. Maybe when you're like end game or mixing sets, there's going to be some fun and interesting things to play around with. But probably, like, for most people, this is going to be a free poison dagger and it doesn't take up a slot, right? So that's cool. Is it worth a perk? I mean, if you get this as your first perk, I don't think you're not very disappointed. The only thing being is that Poison Dagger... I mean, I don't know. As we go through the levels, we might find that Poison Dagger is actually less useful than we think it is. Because, of course, if we can poison something for 2, Poison Dagger only does poison 1. So, you know, it's not... It will be kind of useful at times, but might not be as useful because a lot of our abilities have already got poison tied to them. So... It's an interesting one. You could sell it for 10 gold. So at the very worst, you could basically get this perk to get 10 gold. I don't think that's worth, by the way. That's really not worth. Do not do that. That's pretty bad value. But, you know, that something you can do, right? You would have preferred it explicitly only allow Poison Dagger. Yeah, maybe. Although I like the more open-ended nature of it, because it kind of means that this will have some fun interaction with something at some point, and it gets players thinking about it, and it's probably not going to bust the game in some way, right? I think Versatile Dagger would be the one that I would immediately go to, because it will just turn some of your... Like, it will turn your base attack into potentially like an attack 5, because the enemy's got poison 2, right? So... And that is strong, but it's not like you've broken the game strong, right? So, yeah. Still good, though. Ignore damage and negative conditions and modifiers from events and remove 1 -1 card. Ignore damage and... What? Oh, this is unique, right? This is actually from... This is from road events. Interesting. This is the first character that's ever had this. ever had any kind of interaction with a road event from their perks, right? Yeah, road event immunity. I mean, I don't like it as much as this one. So ignoring negative scenario effects, I think is just like, depending on obviously what you're playing. If you're playing Gloomhaven, you know, it can be very good. If you're Crimson Scales, I don't know. I think we said before that there's a fair balance. Like it's pretty similar to base Gloomhaven, so it will be worth there too. It's also usually worth it if something gets tagged on, which in this one there's a nice bit of thinning tagged on here, so you know there's another little benefit for doing it anyway. So I think I'd still be doing this because the scenario effects in particular can be really damaging at times. Like we had that conversation we were having on Monday about is it Decaying Crypt? The one where you all start immobile, disarmed, which is like the 4th main story mission or something, maybe the 5th. Decaying Crypt, I think. So like that one, for example, is brutal. And we're having the discussion that a player in the digital forums was saying, I can't complete it. It's impossible to complete it. There's no way it can be done. And it does feel like that sometimes. And sometimes negative scenario effects can be brutal. So, whereas, you know, road events, sometimes, you know, like maybe you start poisoned, maybe you start wounded. Maybe there's some more serious road events in Crimson Scales, do we know? Mirefoot, I will shoot the red birds. Yeah, I mean, that does put you in a bit of a weird position in certain events. It would be road and city, right? Yes, it would be road and city, but city events don't generally have bad effects that carry on to the next mission. Or at least not in base Gloomhaven. That might be different, but I can't think of any city event that actually gives you some kind of negative effect that actually impacts the next scenario that you play. There are some that give you blesses, but most of them are like lose money, lose perk points, lose rep, maybe even lose... Can you lose prosperity? No. But generally speaking, there's stuff that interacts with the city itself, but you can gain blesses. The real question is, are you immune to bless? Well, it says negative conditions, right? I'd say bless is not a negative condition. The removal of the -1s probably means you take the bottom 2 perks right away. And modifiers. And negative conditions and modifiers from events. Well, I'm gonna house rule no, but you know, if you want to do that, sure. This is why you need to be pedantic. Yeah, I mean, like, the intention here is not to screw the player, I think, right? The intention is for it to have a positive effect for the player. Let's not make it so that you're immune to... That means you can't donate to the temple or get your blesses anymore or whatever, right? Although technically that's not an event, right? I guess. So, all right, that's fine. Let's not get into that, though. Would this immunity mean that you wouldn't lose rep if this character was in your party? It says damage, negative conditions, and modifiers. So I would say no. Like anything that happens, like prosperity, rep, or anything like that, would happen. So I mean, like, yeah, you're depending on the Crimson Scales scenario kind of layout. Like, I don't know if you hit a lot of negative scenario effects early. Like in Gloomhaven, you hit them pretty early. Like there's some, like we said, there's a stinker very early. So like quite often it's a good idea to to rush this kind of perk just to get it. And obviously, the earlier you get these, the better in general, because then you know you're going to be resolving a road event every time you go out. So the later you get it, the less missions you probably have left till you retire. So makes a lot of sense to get these early. So you're probably going to be ending up getting like this early, possibly this early. Maybe not though, because I feel like this is not as bad as it sounds. But it is removing a -1. And then you'll probably be looking at doing this. This is also a very good damage swing here, right? Because you're replacing a -1 with a +1. So technically this is a 2 damage swing. So you would probably get this over this, I would say, first, because this is just too good. But there's some really good perks here for sure. Right, let's get into otherwise I'm going to run out of time. Let's get into the cards again. Level 2, throwing daggers. On your next 3 melee attacks, add range 3 to the attack. 3 charges, 1 XP for the final charge. Attack 2. So this would actually be an attack 2 range 3 on the bottom here because of the way this card works. I mean, this is very interesting. Really interesting, actually. You could then start to use the difficult terrain to really create distance between you and the enemies, right? That's kind of the intent here. Not a burn. Yeah, not a burn too. Very strong. The attack 2 is often an attack 4. Yeah, against the poison. The poison 2. My favorite initiative, 49. It's close. It's close. It's dangerously close. So I think this is I really like the idea of this because it immediately spins like the way you've been playing your character on its head, right? You've suddenly gone from being, oh yeah, like I'm a melee character, to being like, nope, I'm now ranged. And to be honest, you're only playing, you've got a 10 card hand, right? So you're only playing 5 rounds before you need to rest. Or in the first, let's say we're still in round 1, we've still got our full hand, right? So if you play this and you play something else on the bottom, right? That's 2 cards gone already. So you've only got 4 more rounds. So you've kind of already become pretty much a ranged character from that point in time, right? for the rest of that whole round. And then that's only going to get shorter as you burn cards, right? So in theory, this does kind of just turn your character into a ranged character. It destroys the glass cannon style, and you don't love that. True. It is also like it doesn't play very. I mean, it plays kind of into the poison mechanic, but it doesn't really play amazingly well into that. But it does make a few things a bit easier, right? So for example, trying to get where are you? Like, where are you? Is this it? Yeah, so trying to get Mudslide, for example, now becomes like, I mean, this becomes like amazing, right? Suddenly now we're going to get an attack 3 on 2 targets, range 3 as well. Just burn through 2 charges. So actually, potentially cards like this might affect that because we've got a couple of multiple targets. So when I say actually you get a full round of range, that's actually probably not strictly true because these targets will do it. Is it the entire attack action or is it each attack, right? It's each attack. So you'd have to use a charge for each. So like it would make it very easy to land this. Suddenly the immobilized as well on this one becomes really good too, right? Suddenly now we can like ranged immobilize somebody and attack them hopefully for 4, maybe more if they're already poisoned. So Bog Step becomes like really good. You don't even have to worry about playing a bottom move to kind of get in there and get away. It does definitely throw a real spanner into how the character is going to play. And then you can set up all of that terrain in front of you so the enemies just can't get to you. I feel like in certain scenarios, this is actually a really good card to just have in your back pocket too. Like we were saying earlier, I think Nitz was saying in the intro that this character suffers a lot from Retaliate. You know, does not play very nicely with Retaliate because you have low health and the enemy could have like Retaliate too, and that's a good amount of your health, right? This would allow you to play around that really nicely, really cleanly. You would not have to worry about it anymore. So it's also just a good card to generally have in your arsenal, even though it might not be something that you really want to play with. Maybe like every scenario or immediately. I feel like it's just a good tool. The bottom is move 3, then move 2 and jump. It's a good amount of move. Interesting one. Don't know how I really feel about that. Let's go to the second card. So airborne spores, poison, all figures in the targeted area. All enemies adjacent to you in the targeted area gain poison 2. Ooh. So this would be a straight poison 2 on these two. And then these guys would all just be normal poison. It's kind of... I mean, that's a lot of poison, chat. That's a bunch of poison. Ooh. 21 initiative. Pretty decent for this kind of thing, right? Oh, that's a lot of poison. Yeah. It also slows down a class that already needs a couple of attacks to hit the ramp up. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, this is kind of like this is like a do nothing. The thing is that poison 1 is really not where you want to be. Poison 2 is really where you want to be. And to poison 2 figures is... I think you're quite happy to do that, but you'll be in maybe a bit of danger here, right? Oh, okay, Nitz. All right. Well, I still think it's still a consideration, right? You like throwing daggers top more as an X card, so it is something the class can have as a bit of a core thing than as a level up pick. Oh, that's fair. I think that's pretty fair. It does feel like a sideboardy type deal, but I mean it is strong though. Like it is very strong because it gives you that flexibility of not having to be in danger. And as a low health mercenary, it'd be really worth doing that. I think if you were playing this character and you noticed that, you know, maybe you were having a bit of a rough time, like, oh, I constantly get hit, I'm always the focus for whatever reason, like just you've been having a bit of a rough time up to this point and struggling to stay alive, maybe you find yourself burning cards to damage and what have you, then throwing daggers would be a decent card to pick here because it would just kind of help you stay a bit safer and you'd probably have a bit of a smoother game experience. I mean, this is obviously like fun. The bottom is attack 0, muddle, target all enemies with poison within range 3. Uncapped attack potentially. Oof. I mean, that's pretty good though. So at minimum, they're all going to be attack 1, right? Ooh. Yeah, airborne spores is kind of spicy though. Airborne spores is kind of spicy. You trade an attack 1, assumingly a non-poison enemy, to hit more things the next turn with the multi-attacks. Initiative-wise, I mean, this is obviously usable, but like I don't feel like this character is really a character we need to worry about initiative with. I feel like we've got a great spread here, so we don't really need to worry. You know, we're not taking a card just because of its initiative, unless maybe we could fish for a late one. We got a lot of early. Maybe we could fish for a late one. Airborne Spores for the win. I think it's very close between these two. I think I would probably take Airborne Spores just because the uncapped potential of this really plays into my kind of, you know, sensibilities of what I enjoy playing. It really does. Whereas this to me is just solid, really solid. This is just a little bit more, you know, I don't know. It piques my interests. It's a tough choice, though. I think it'd be fair to take either of these two cards, to be honest. We may go back. That's also true. Right, level 3. Potent Mixture. Disarm Self. Uh-oh. Hate it. Go away. Get it out. Rubbish. During any of your attacks, you may discard this card to add Poison 3 to the attack and gain 1 XP. Oof. Oh. So this is a play before you long rest card, huh? Play before you long rest. Good on boss if it's not immune. Yeah, if it's not immune on the boss, this is insane. This is rubbish. Didn't anyone think about it? I mean, there's a place for it. I think there's a place for it. I think you guys are being maybe a bit too harsh, right? Yeah, you just play it before you rest. It's just not... It's a very specific action that you want to play on a very specific time. Like... You play this, then on the next turn you long rest, then you open the door and you go and poison 3 some big baddie in the next room, right? It's a lot of setup. It's a lot of setup. So what does the bottom do? Because that's important, right? This is very, very specific. Like, you cannot play this mid-room. You can't play this even beginning of room. There's no way you're doing that. You are literally playing this before a long rest, and that is the only time, and you are safe to do so, right? There is no other time that you can play this card. Unless you have a cure potion, right? Cure potion's a thing in Crimson Scales, right? I guess there might be some way for you to remove negative conditions, right? Can you play this and then play that big AoE attack from last level? It adds it to the attack as well, right? Yeah, it doesn't say to the next, like... So in theory, you could use it with... you couldn't use it with this because this isn't an attack. But in theory, you could use it with this. Big sinkhole. Giant sinkhole, chat. All the bottom of Airborne Spores. Yeah, but Airborne Spores, you really want it up already, right? I mean, you kind of already want... You want to go use this. Long rest. Next turn, open the door. Boom. Poison 3, immobilize everything in the friggin' room. Turn after that, Airborne Spores, baby. I mean, you'd have to have some other items to try and make this work out, but it's gonna be pretty good. You'd only get 1 hit of it in the AoE? Really? Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. To the attack. It's quite important there. Dude, that would be bonkers. I know. It would be so cool. Why doesn't it work this way? They aren't going to let you poison through an entire room. Why not? Seems fine. Seems balanced. Don't see why there's a problem with that. Move 2. Add plus X attack to your next attack this round, where X is the poison value of the target. Yeah? That's good, chat. That's good. That's pretty usable, right? Even if it's like +1, I mean, that seems pretty good. It's not good design to basically kill everything with an attack 1. Well, I would say if you've had to work for it, it is good design. Depends on how hard you have to work for it. If I have to burn like 4 cards to do it, it's fine, right? So the top is yes, it has a really significant downside that makes it unplayable early in a room or mid room, or even towards the end of a room when you're still in a bit of trouble. Like, for example, if you're in a situation where you're short resting a lot because there's still enemies on the board, this thing's gonna be like no good. Like, this is like, it's the kind of situation when you're playing well and you're just knocking down a room just at the right time, when you're like, cool, we've killed all of the enemies in the room, we all have 2 cards left in our hand, let's move towards the door, let's play a card, then we're gonna long rest, right? And then we synchronize our long rests and then off we go. So there is situational, but to give up an entire, so in theory this could be giving up 2 turns, right? You're kind of giving up this turn because the top action is the most premium action on the card, so you are giving up this turn as well. You're not only giving up subsequent turn, but you're also giving up this turn. So you're giving up 2 turns to then potentially have a poison 3, really good effect later on. Poison 3 is obviously really, really good. And against, as we said, against a boss that wasn't immune to poison, this is amazing if you can land it. But you do also have other ways to land that. Like you have the burn card, right? That also had stun just on it, right? That was the level 1 burn card that we had. Where are you now? What number of card is this? This is 16. So you have this, right? So if you wanted to do this to the boss, you get an attack 2, poison 3 on them. Like, they wouldn't get stunned, of course, because all bosses are immune to stun. But in theory, we'd do the same kind of thing. It's 1 card. You can do it immediately. You don't have to worry about some elaborate setup, right? So if we're talking about like landing it once per scenario, I mean, come on, just use death sentence, right? Like, there's no reason why you wouldn't do that. If, however, there was a way to remove the negative condition, so cure potion, or there was something else in play that could do that, then now we're talking, right? If there's some way that we can remove that downside, there's some more playability. I'm still not super high on it, just because of the fact that you still waste a turn to kind of do it. But it becomes more interesting. I feel like the bottom is actually kind of okay. Like, the whole kind of just buff and attack type action is not terrible. You're often going to have turns when you just want to move 2 just to maybe get a bit of extra value and maybe some pretty decent value, right? You could get maybe an extra 2 attack here. You know, that can add up. So I don't think that this is particularly bad, but let's see what the other one is. Create difficult terrain in 1 hex within range 3, containing no overlay tiles. Loot 1. You may loot up to 3 additional hexes containing difficult or hazardous terrain within 3 hexes of you. Gain 1 money, gain 1 XP if you loot 3 or more money tokens. Interesting. So we get to loot 1 all the way around us, like we normally do. And then we get to loot any difficult or hazardous terrain that are within 3 hexes of us, so kind of like a loot 3. But we can only take up to 3 pieces of loot. No. Okay, no, we get 1 XP if we loot 3 or more money tokens in general, right? Not if we were to loot 3 with that action, right? I think. And then we can also create difficult terrain on 1 hex that already has loot in it. So in a way, you can kind of like chuck some terrain on something that has loot in it, and then you would be able to get it, right? Sort of suck it in. A level up loot, MQ Assault. Well, yeah, I mean, I think we know how I'm going to respond to this. Hey, Dion. So I don't like taking loot cards at level up. If that's all it is, this might be more, so let's have a look. Maybe it's more. The bottom is create difficult terrain in the hex you occupy. If it okay, so that's good because that's actually something that we want. Has a tangible benefit to the attacks that we have, so that's good. Move 3, gain invisible if you occupy difficult terrain. Well, that gives us a lot of security, actually, right? That gives us a bunch of security because we can go. So that's 43. So in theory, we could go like super early, right? We could hit him with the immobilize. Go boom, 16 initiative. Hit him with this. So we'd attack him for 4, immobilize. We're now invisible. Then on the next turn, we could go super late. And we can hit him with the model. Target 2 model one, right? I've skipped ahead a lot. But anyway, yeah. So there's some this has got some very good interplay with our mechanics. 43 initiative is obviously a bit yucky. But we would be pairing this with either an early or a late initiative anyway, right? This isn't a card that you would ever want to lead initiative anyway, so you're just going to have to choose whether or not you want to go early or late with the other card that you play. Yeah, you always pair 40 to 60 with early lates, yeah. Go late, be in position, go early, go invisible, and go immobilize, go late, be invisible, go early, yeah. Yeah, you can definitely cheese a lot of invisibility with this. Hide and seek is a good name for this card too. I like it. It's I think it pretty accurately sums up the bottom and the top actually. Pretty good. You guess you'll take hide and seek for a nice combo and safety for your fragility. Yeah. If we're playing the bottom, top is good for the final turn. Well, I mean, like, if you're just trying to get a bit of loot towards the end of a scenario or when the room is clear, you know, there are worse abilities to do it. It's just, I generally like to take versatile cards. Rather than, like, one ability that's, like, slam dunked, if that makes sense, right? I just really enjoy the whole kind of... I think that's probably why I really like playing Cragheart, because Cragheart is one of these types of characters that has quite a lot of flexible tops and bottoms. Like, you can kind of play 2 cards with, you know, this is kind of what I want to do. And then the enemy does something slightly differently, and you think, actually, maybe I'll flip these 2 cards. I really like that dynamic, that you're not sucked into having to play. You know, you're not selecting your abilities, you're just selecting the 2 cards, right? And you're leading initiative. You can switch those abilities up. And I generally like picking cards that are versatile in some ways. Like, they have good tops and bottoms, and if something goes really wrong, I've got some flexibility in what I can do. Both these cards don't play into either of that, though, unfortunately, because this is not like a, oh yeah, something's wrong. It's like, no, this really is very, very specific. I don't feel like I can play this. I have to plan very kind of far ahead to make sure this works. And that's awkward. And it also means you've got a card just kind of stuck in your hand, really, waiting for that turn to play it too, which is another thing, right? It's like similar to having a double burn. It's never good to have a double burn because you know that either they have to be damn good, one of them has to be really good, or they have to be some kind of, like, you know, good move to initiative type thing. But this is even worse than that because this has to be played at a very specific time, and it has to be at the end, which then means I'm disincentivized to play this as just a move 2. It's weird. I mean, invisibility is broken, and that will not change and has not changed. Even with the Frosthaven rules, it's still going to be very good. So I guess invisibility is what it is, right? what are considered an overlay tile. So difficult terrain, hazardous terrain, traps. Are traps now? I think traps still are. Obstacles. Loot is not. You can't pass up taking invisibility on a squishy melee class that wants 2 turns on an enemy. Yeah, it's true. It plays so well into your combo. Hide and seek, I think, is... Yeah, it's got to be the pick, right? It's a bit of a shame because I actually really like where their head's at with this card. I just feel like this is just... What I almost would have preferred, actually, for this to be a bottom action. So that then maybe you could attack an enemy, right? Maybe kill them, then play this as a bottom, and then just long rest the next turn. Like, I feel like it would have played a little bit better into the general tempo of the character. Putting it as a top action is, like, the most premium spot on the card. So you're having to give up, most likely, a very good turn to do this. You're having to give up a very real turn, right? The only time where this actually is better is when you want to move towards a door or something. I guess what you could do is you could move into a door, use a bottom action, then... play this and go invisible in the doorway. You know, long rest next turn. I mean, it's a pretty common tactic, right? But I don't know. It's interesting. Okay. Level 4. Radiant Forest Fungi. Create difficult terrain in 2 hexes within range 1, containing no overlay tiles. Enhancement dot there, though. That's kind of interesting. In 2 hexes within range 1. Well, it's not very far away. It's only I guess it says range 1 just because you can enhance it, right? Otherwise it would just say adjacent. Kind of same deal. You and all allies gain shield 2 on all attacks targeting you while occupying difficult terrain this round. Shield 2 is a lot of shield. Huh. This is kind of interesting. I like the idea. It's like you're having like... It's like you got like a wall of vines, right? That's a Magic the Gathering thing. Wall of vines. Get your tank next to you, make them thick. Yeah. But it is a little bit of a do-nothing, right? Like, it's a little bit of a do-nothing. No, it's a bit of a stalling card. It's like a... it has good use. But it is a more of a supporty type ability, which is not generally how I'm feeling about this character right now. I'm feeling a bit more aggressive. I'm liking the aggressiveness. Like, I'm liking the idea of us playing like a little bit of a... I mean, we're going to be similar to the Scoundrel Mind Thief type character who's going to be in and out doing damage and stuff. This is a bit more like having this in my hand with a 10 card hand size. Like, when am I playing this? I don't know. Especially considering that you really probably want to create it under your allies. Maybe not, but you know, they might already be on difficult terrain, but you know, I guess that's more of the idea, right? So the bottom is move 3. This terrain is unaffected by difficult terrain. Nice. Each time you enter a hex containing difficult terrain with this movement, add +1 move. Ooh. Now that's spicy, huh? So basically we get the move back. We get the move back. Free move. Bottom can give you an unending turn. Yeah, just to annoy your entire team. You just keep moving between the hexes forever. This is a card that could never be programmed in digital, by the way. I think like the digital devs would look at this card and just like literally have a panic attack. Like, what? Shoes of happiness time. Yeah, we find. Does that mean we technically, right? It's Shoes of happiness is on your turn, right? What's the wording on Shoes of happiness? It's on your turn, chat. If it, right, it just says if you move 6 or more hexes, game 1, right? Just pretend this line of text doesn't happen, all right? Infinite XP. We did it. We did it. And if you have the ignore difficult terrain persistent up, it doesn't really matter because you've got this anyway, right? No infinite XP combo worse than 3 spears combined. Yeah. You laugh every time you see the occasional person ask about Crimson Scales getting out to digital. Like, not even the legal issues, the actual legwork would be insane. Yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah. I mean, and also the complexity level of all of these characters is way high. Like, that's one thing that I think a lot of people kind of forget. Like, the main amount of work for them implementing all of the characters, like in digital, has been each character. Because each character, and annoyingly, right, is worded slightly differently. If you were to build a video game tomorrow based on Gloomhaven, you would change the wording on everything to be like way more like universal. But there's certain cards that are worded in certain ways so that they work very slightly differently, or they interact with a particular thing slightly differently, and it's like it was a pain in the ass. Right? So this character's sole purpose of creation was to make the Drake scale boots viable. Possibly. Possibly. I mean, I guess they kind of achieved it. I mean, this is obviously very, very good because it allows you to position yourself wherever you need to be, which is good. Potentially give you a bunch of movement right towards the end of a scenario. I will say it's a bit like it's just a 6th initiative move. Like it looks a lot better than it is. I'll say that. Like it's a 6th initiative move 3, potentially like move, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, okay, you know, it's good, but it's not like, it's not a million miles different than our 8th initiative move 5 that we had, right? Like, it's not suddenly transformed our character. It's good, but maybe it's not as good as people might think, just because you like the way this feels so like crazy. But if you, I tell you what, infinite damage combo, chimeric formula, give this guy the top of balanced measure, you're done. All right, there you go. Chimeric formula, give this guy the brute's balanced measure top. There it is. Infinite damage. There it is. Instant kill everything in the game. Other level 4 card. Fire Root Sap. Add +3 attack and wound to your next attack.
Now that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. Ooh, 91 initiative. Oh, the bottom's decent too. Move 2, attack 1, wound. All right. Okay.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Hey, look, it's what the Poison 3 card should have been. Yeah, this is like, this feels a lot more like playable as a top, right? And also it combos well with the bottom because the other one disarms you, right? Which means that you can't immediately combo it with a bottom attack. Kind of nerfs it. Whereas this, you could immediately play a card with a bottom attack, and we've had a couple, right? We've had a couple. This is an amazing room transition. Yeah, that's fair too. You want to talk about moving into a next room? And the thing is as well is this is very playable on its own anyway, right? 91 initiative is interesting too. That gives us a really super late initiative. We've had a couple kind of lates, but this gives us a super late. So if you want to talk about invisibility cheese, this is the kind of number, right? I mean, in fact, if you think about it, you could go invisible with hide and seek. Then on the next turn, just be like, I'm going to play the top of Fire Root Sap. Like, I don't even care. Go on 91 initiative, play the top. Then on the next turn, go super early, hit somebody with +3 attack and wound. Like, invisibility makes things like this a lot more, like, playable, right? Because you can kind of buy that turn of safety. Yes, you're not really helping your team, but you can buy that turn, right? Good before your rest, yeah. This is a very familiar bottom to red guard players. It's good. This kind of effect is good. I like this card a lot. I actually feel like, chat, this is a bit of a trap. I'm taking this card. Like I said, I think this is good, but like people would be like, oh man, I can get infinite movement. It's like, yeah, but what do you do with it? This is just good, right? With the top of that combo, with the bottom of the target, all enemies within range 3 that are poisoned. I mean, it says next attack. So on the first thing that you targeted, yes. On the first thing that you targeted, yes. But it wouldn't do +3 attack and wound to everything, because it's not your next attack to your entire next attack action or across your next attack action or whatever. Like, it's the next attack, singular. So it's like the next thing that you attack, right? But the unending turn. I mean, if you really want to piss off your teammates, I mean, sure, you can't find any better card than this. Just hop around forever. Okay. Level 5. So this is like, we're getting to spicy territory now, right? Because level 5 is now considered to be the kind of the transformational level, right? I think in the design philosophy now. So
spicy.
Personal poison. Place a character token on the statistic card of one enemy type. Okay, that's interesting. I think that's the first time I've ever seen the words statistic card on a Gloomhaven card.
A bit spicy.
So, sure. So it's an enemy type. Anytime an enemy of this type gains poison, it also gains wound. Remove the character token when this card is discarded. Attack 2. It's not even a burn?
A little bit spicy.
Ooh. Oh, that's very... It's not even a burn, this top either. This looked to me like... I was like, yeah, this has got to be a burn. Not a burn. This allows you to kind of like transition. This would allow you to transition a little bit more out of wound and a bit more heavy into poison if you wanted to. Because then like the wound's already taken care of. And then you get the attack 2, poison 2 anytime anyway. So also it immediately triggers. I mean, this is just attack 2, poison 2 anyway. And even if you were to just discard this and just play it again, like it's attack 2, poison 2, chat. That's really good anyway. We had one card that did that and it was attack 1 right before. So it's a slightly better version of that with another ability tacked on. That's actually really good. Sure. I'll take it. 86 initiative, late, fine. Wound and poison self. All right. Protective charm, anybody? Protective charm enjoyers in chat. Add +1 attack and PS2 to all your attacks while you have wound and poison. All right, no. No protective charm, enjoyers. All right, maybe read the full card before I say anything, huh? Add +1 attack and pierce to all your attacks while you have wound and poison. Well, now suddenly that that move and that strengthen and poison and that wound and that move and poison, sorry, heal and poison don't look so bad now, huh? But when we discard this card, we also get to perform a heal 1 to remove that wound and that poison. So, right, so at a bare minimum, chat, in like the worst kind of like, I mean, this is probably not going to happen because I guess the initiative's probably funky, but what was the initiative on this? 29, it's possible. So you could, in theory, go play the bottom of this, right? Wound and poison yourself. It's all good. You don't take any damage from the wound because you've already started your turn, right? You're going to take wound damage at the beginning of your next turn, not this turn, so that's fine. Bam. Sinkhole them. Attack everything for 2. Get your pierce on. Immobilize everybody. Then if you really wanted to, just discard it immediately. Just discard it immediately. I'm going to heal 1. And essentially you just got a free +1 attack and pierce 2 on a giant attack. Right? Glass cannon. Yeah, this is really all in glass cannon-y, but I think you can just discard it after the turn you use it. Like, really? If you are that worried, you can just do that. But now that we have invisibility as well, invisibility will play really well with this because, of course, you're going to take wound damage, yes, but it plays really well with the poison because then you don't get attacked, so you don't really get the downside of the poison, right? So there's a lot to be said of that. You can discard if you're a coward. I guess you could, yeah. Aren't you still wounded? No. Because you get the heal 1, which removes both wound and poison. So it's like, it's very clean. Like, the idea of this card is like the push your luck card, right? You get this, immediately, which is obviously very good. And then you're like, do I push my luck for another round? Sure. Then this is when this downside might start kicking in a bit more. You know, you're probably going to take a point of wound damage, but that's probably not that bad. The poison is what could be bad, because obviously if you're then going to be attacked by 3 people, it's not great. But the thing with this kind of stuff, with these downsides, like wound and poison as a downside in general, can be very easily mitigated by many different things in the game. Like, really easy. Plus, I mean, you do have to have the wound and poison on you to get it, so you can't use, you know, other things to... Like, for example, you couldn't, like, cheese it by using a healing potion, right? Because then you just don't get this, but... So the idea really is that you keep this and you use this to remove this effect. Like, that's kind of like the idea, right? You thought poison would keep the wound from healing? When you heal, poison just blocks the full amount of heal. Poison just blocks the value of the heal, if you like. So if you have poison and you're healed, you remove poison and any other negative effects that you have, which will now include brittle. Well, any other negative damage effect, right? Which will now include brittle. But you would remove poison, wound, and brittle. All 3, potentially. Rupture and Bane. Removing Bane is huge nowadays, but I don't know how much Bane enemies will have, but it'd be interesting to see. You could keep this for an entire rest, then just use the heal action, rests and potions to heal back up from the damage. Yeah. The key thing with this though is that you kind of want to play it early, right? Because if you're going to plan on long resting, it's going to go away. So, like, You can't keep it up between rests. I mean, short rests you could, but long rests you couldn't. Because you're going to get that heal too. So, I mean, it goes without saying, this is a very, very powerful card. Both the top and the bottom, I think, are actually really, really good. I think the bottom is where the combo player in me is at right now, but this is actually quite good. And if you're against, if you're in a scenario, right, where you're against not that many enemy types, maybe you're against a room that's predominantly, maybe there's 2 different types of enemies, then, this could have a lot of value, right? Could have a lot of value. The only problem is that this is just normal poison, normal wound, right? It's not like wound 2. So you have better versions of wound. So, like, you applying wound to everything, like, if I was looking at any other character in this situation, I'd be like, this is amazing. And it is still very good, but you have that potential to do a wound 2 with other effects in the game, which is better than wound. So, it's almost like you're kind of conceding that a little bit, right? But it's still good. And this is very good on its own, I think. If this was a really low initiative, that'd be like crazy good. So I think they've done the initiative quite well here, because I feel like this is something that I would really want to do early, right? Like, immediately start to use it. This, I think this is less clear when you want to do this. You might want to do this late. It's possible, depending on your invisibility stuff. I think out of, let's have a look at the second one. I haven't done the second one yet, but out of these 2 abilities, I'm more leaning towards this for sure, because it's the combo potential. It just seems cool. Compound Toxin. Attack 2, add poison 3, and gain 1 XP if the target has poison. Otherwise, add poison. Oh, so this is upgrading your poison. So if the target already had poison, then you would upgrade it to like poison 3. If they didn't have any poison, then they would just get poison 1, which is obviously very bad value. Like a level 5 card that's attack 2 poison, bad value. Not taking that, not using that. This feels a bit underwhelming though compared to the other one, right? Because the other one was like, it's just like attack 2, poison 2. It's like poison 3 is, I mean, it's better, but is it like that much better? You feel like this should have been poison 3 and 2? Maybe. You find it a bit slow upgrading poison, but I guess the main benefit is the attack is already buffed from poison, then you upgrade it. Yeah, so it'll be an attack 3. I don't know, I feel like this number could be slightly higher, and it wouldn't be that broken. Like, I feel like this could be an attack 3 base. And that would maybe be a bit more in line. Like, the thing is this is like got such open-ended broken potential. And this is also just very solid. This feels underwhelming by comparison, right? The value is your team attacks. Yeah, it's fair. But 61 initiative does not really lean into that, right? You need to pair it with an early card. Doable, but just like the card itself is not leaning in that direction. I mean, Poison 3 is really good, I think, and it's going to be really good at 2-player. Like, for example, this kind of thing might not be quite as good at 2-player, whereas maybe this would be. I don't know. I mean, there's still a good amount of enemies at 2-player. It's not like there's no enemies on the board. There's only like 2. No, there is like decent amounts, right? The bottom is each time an enemy is affected by difficult terrain. or difficult terrain is created in a hex occupied by a non-flying enemy, the enemy gains poison too. Ooh. All right, now we're talking. Now we got a card. Now we got a card.
Nice.
Nice. Now we got a card, huh? Okay. I mean, this is not that hard to do. Like, you can do this pretty easily. My only concern is that do we have too much overlapping poison, you know? Like, is we got just too much poison stuff. I tell you what, though. It would give you a bit more value to, like, cards like the top of, like, Radiant Forest Fungi would suddenly become, like, a bit more valuable. Like, you can kind of, like, just getting terrain out quickly. And then the shielding and just, like, as long as you're getting value. Like, if some of these things are, like, just no attacks, but create terrain, suddenly they become a bit more valuable, right? Like this as well. Suddenly, like, you got, like, getting a bit more value from these kind of create terrain things. It's kind of interesting. Hand size 10. So we can probably sustain. The attack 0 muddle target everything with poison is suddenly getting spicy. Yeah, I mean, if everything had poison too, it is still attack 0, but power potions exist, right? Power potions exist. Piercing bow exists. The question is, how do you play both? Yeah, maybe we have to go back and get one. This is a really tough choice. Really tough. This is the kind of thing that you could play on the first turn of the game. Like, for example, you could just play... You could play, like, one of the kind of create terrain style things. Burn this. Play a create terrain. And that'd be a pretty good opening turn. Like... Could play the top of hide and seek. Probably not. It's interesting. You feel like you kind of just have to play this class as a support damage booster and bonus CC. It doesn't seem like you would have enough time to try to get the combos off, then take advantage of it yourself. Instead, your teammates would just get damage boosts. Maybe. Yeah, there is a lot of... Like, this character has a lot of overlapping. Similar to... who was it that we were talking about? Oh, it was the Hierophant. I had this kind of feeling with them too. I think it was them. Where it was almost as if we had too much of our stuff. Like, Gloomhaven sometimes is a bit of a... It's a bit bad because they don't like give you quite enough of something. And I've noticed in some of the Crimson Scales classes, which I like, but there's a fine balance here where maybe you get just a bit too much of stuff. So there was the one that we were talking about. I think the Bright Spark also suffered from this, right? I think where we were saying that it was just a bit too easy. Like, just yeah, you always get the bonuses every time because it just happens, right? You don't have to worry about it. And I'm worried with this is that are we now getting to a point where there's just so much like difficult terrain that we can make? Is there so much poison that we can do that everything kind of like it just like almost as if like the machine gets sloppy? And that's one of the things that I didn't like about certain characters like Lightning Bolt, is that the Lightning Bolt almost became too good at what she does at higher levels, which then meant that you lost that initial like, oh, I play this card to play this card to play this card to play this card. Makes you feel really smart, makes you feel like you've really had an impact. You know, you feel good about playing the game. When almost it gets to a point where it's like, yeah, well, I got so much poison, whatever, just poison all this stuff, and you know, like Wolverine syndrome, is that what it's called? I'm not sure. Thank you so much for the resub. Wayu, I really appreciate it. Welcome back, buddy. The quest continues 2 months in a row. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Side note, do I have merch? You would rock a shirt or hoodie with my logo. Best logo you've seen in a long time. Oh, it's very kind of you to say. Possibly, yeah. I have been thinking a lot about that recently. I've been taking a bit of a hiatus recently from YouTube and from other things. Like I've been streaming still. Like we've been still streaming 3 times a week, most weeks. Although we've skipped a few Sunday streams recently. But we have like Jaws of the Lion coming out soon, so I'm going to be ramping things back up again. And yeah, that's definitely something that I've been thinking a lot about. I did initially try to commission some special artwork specifically for merch. I had some really cool ideas, but unfortunately I couldn't find anybody who could really bring it to fruition for like a decent price that wasn't crazy, because I know that like, you know, there's going to be fairly low volume in people who will be interested, which is fine. You can do print on demand, but I wanted to get some like custom designs done, so I'd have to pay for the designs too. And that kind of stuff doesn't really work out unless you pay, you know, a lot. You know, you have to like print like hundreds to then kind of make it worth spending hundreds on a design, right? But yeah, no, I'm absolutely down to do something like that in the future. So watch this space. Wolverine syndrome is he's the best at what he does, and what he does isn't nice. Yeah. It's I mean, like, this seems really fun to me, so I don't know. This is so powerful, huh? I tell you what, they've been quite clever though. By putting this on the bottom and putting the attack everything on the bottom means you can't play them both in the same turn without a ring. So, you know, there's a little bit of a... That was definitely put into consideration. It also makes this actually quite hard to play, right? Because you need to get into position. You want to play this bottom into sinkhole on turn 1 and go crazy. Go down to 8 cards on the first turn. Seems good. I mean, you can do it. Just better be winning the scenario pretty quick. Just right, we're all in, guys. Let's do it. Right, where are we? We are here. Yeah, so in terms of picking between these 2 cards, I think it's very difficult. I think this is a really harsh choice. I would love to have both. I feel like I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards... Probably a little bit more towards this. Because I really like the risk rewards of it. But honestly, this might be actually the more fun way of playing, because it feels very unique to the character. Like, this is just good, right? We know this is good. The only thing is that this has maybe a bit more of a playable top as well. Like, I would say that maybe this one has a bit better top action. So, you know, if you wanted to pick a card that could be used in different ways, then maybe Personal Poison would be the right pick. But this is tough. Good card designs all around, I think. Okay. Tainted Waters, level 6. Attack 2, wound 2, poison 2. Target all enemies within range 4, occupying difficult terrain. There it is. Unstable upheaval. Wow, it's not. It's Flurry of Axes. It's Flurry of Axes. We got it. There it is. There it is. We were looking for it. Oh, jeez. With this as well.
Now that's a lot of damage.
I mean, how can you give this and then next time? Yeah, here you go. Boom. I'll just attack 3. Pierce 2. Oh, and by the way, I strengthened the previous turn. Much, much better flurry. Yeah, it's better than normal flurry, right? Well, actually, no. Yeah, it probably is, because I was thinking about the attack modifier deck for Bolt, but You got a pretty strong attack modifier deck yourself. So the only thing being that you obviously need this. So this is clever though, right? This is actually quite clever because immediately I'm like, dude, this is like so amazing with the bottom of this. But this would actually allow you to potentially get many more targets, right? And actually get the poison 2 onto them anyway, right? And this is +1 damage and pierce 2. There's certain instances where this pierce 2 will come into play, but in theory, it also plays incredibly well with this, right? Because you could have a bunch of enemies. Like, you want to create a load of, like... You really want to create a load of difficult terrain. Whew. It's spicy as hell. Imagine in those sewer scenarios, if you can get in a doorway and pretty much get 2 full rooms. Yeah. The requirement is very serious. Yeah, the occupying difficult terrain thing is... Like, imagine how much difficult terrain you would need to put out. And of course, there might be some already in this scenario. But, you know, difficult terrain is not something that you come across all the time in the game. So there'll be some scenarios with a bunch of it, but there'll be some scenarios with none. So sometimes you'll have to do all of the work yourself. Sometimes you'll get a bit of a helping hand. Obviously, flying enemies don't care about difficult terrain, so they'll be like moving all over it. So this will be great against them, right? Sinkhole straight into this, instant win. Yeah, I mean, like, Sinkhole does actually immobilize everything too, right? So they can't even move off of it. They're stuck on it. And we've just burned, like, 1 billion cards. We got all in. You think it's way too situational to be worth it? Ooh, hot take. Hot take. I think it's... It is a lot of setup. And without playing a bunch, I don't know if I'd be happy to say, like, yeah, you can hit XYZ, you know? Because I don't know. You've got those rolling modifiers that potentially put terrain underneath them too, right? So this is what we were talking about, the perks about actually maybe some late cards would really work very well with this. Like, I mean, this kind of thing could start to come into play. I mean, I love cards like this because they're flashy. They do a lot. If you could hit... Let's say you could hit 4 enemies, right? And let's be honest, they're already poisoned. At least poison 1. Hopefully poison 2, right? That's still pretty good. And the wound 2 is going to be an additional 2 damage on those enemies. The initiative here is... I mean, I guess the initiative's okay for this because you either want it super early or super late, so then you have the choice. And considering we have a couple of super early big moves, this works quite well. Because then you can just, you know, play your move 5. Very interesting. I think you guys are right that there's a big downside to this, but man, it's really hard for me to turn up anything that says target all enemies in it. Think it's kind of bad. I mean, if you could get 4 or 5 enemies with this, I think that's worth. And I don't know how hard it's going to be to get that number, right? This card screams Doom Compass. Yeah, you could... Doom Compass would be a good shout for this character. A bit of push as well. There's been no push on this character so far. That's an interesting omission because obviously push and pull would work really well for the whole, like, get them on hexes type strategy, right? Maybe it'd be too easy then. I don't know. Maybe hook chain. It might be something you consider. Well, you got your free dagger, and then you just get hook chain, right? The bottom is move 5, immobilize, target 1 adjacent enemy. Create difficult terrain in the hex occupied by the target if it contains no overlay tiles. It's just a big move. Immobilize, you know, this is good for approaching an archer, right? And then potentially having a big attack against them. That's good. Was that both level? That was one level 6. What's the next level 6? Anticoagulants. Did I say that right? Feels like I did. Attack 1, wound. Attack 2, wound 2. Ooh. That's kind of spicy because you don't want to attack the same target with the second attack. Because otherwise you're kind of mooting the first wound, right? You're missing out on 1 point of wound damage by doing that, chat. Not good. Unfortunately, I did say it right. Okay, thanks. It feels a bit underwhelming though for a level 6, right? This could have been a wound 2 as well. I don't think that would have been that bad. Attack 1, wound 2, then attack 2, wound 2. Has that been too bad? That wouldn't have been too good, right? It's all right, but not living the spice. Yeah, it's not getting me excited, you know? Poison 2 things with your range before, then move up. Bottom will get you through all the difficult terrain you created. We don't care about that. we got Drake scale boots, right? Is there any good reason to have dual jumps like that? For the difficult terrain. That's literally it. Oh yeah, it prevents one long jump over other things. Yeah, it's also to stop you from, like, for example, if this was a move 5 with jump, that makes it move 5 with jump. Actually, to be fair, that's a bit weird because in theory you could move the same amount of distance. That's a good point. Why would you not do that? Because there was a good reason for the luminant, right? Because of glow. Glow was a mechanic that kind of encouraged this sort of thing. I don't think there's a mechanic that, apart from maybe theme. Not sure. Yeah, like it makes a lot of sense on the luminant because it was glow was the mechanic you could trigger at any point, but doesn't really make much sense here. It was because Luminary was a crab. Yeah, but it also works really well with glow, right? I mean, Quattrals are also kind of small. Maybe they can't manage big jumps all in one go. Does it have to do with the weird can't jump on difficult terrain and negate the movement penalty? Yeah, it could be a hang-up from the old rules. Yes, could be. That rule has thankfully been changed now. Um, 12 initiative, nice early initiative, but we've already had it as well. The thing with this is that this is the fun card. This is probably not the fun card, so I'm taking the fun card. I get that this is like risky as hell, but like, come on. I think if you've taken this too, I mean, I can't help myself. I mean, it does negate the poison too, though. That's fair. Maybe you don't use this then. Maybe you do it with this one, because then you add the poison 2 for later attacks. And they're pretty interchangeable. I just can't not take a card like this. I'm sorry. I just can't. That's just me. Right, level 7. Wild Stings. Attack 1, target 2, poison. Attack 2, target 2. Okay, so this would allow us to get poison onto 2 things and then allow us to immediately use that poison on the same 2 things, right? With another attack 2. So it's essentially, it's going to be attack 1, then it's going to be like attack 3. Again, this is pretty...
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
It's a bit too similar to the previous card, if you ask me. Not feeling it. Not feeling it. I mean, we might have a pretty good attack modifier deck by this point in time, though. So maybe that should be a consideration here. You think you prefer both level 5s over a level 6? That's fair. I can see you doing that. Yeah, why not? So I feel like this is a bit underwhelming, chat. What do you think? Like, it's just a bit... It's fine. It's like the last card. It's fine. Like, the top is just nothing super exciting. The bottom is Summon Crypt Nettle. 3 health. 1 attack with poison. Doesn't move, doesn't have any range. On death, it poison 2. Target all adjacent enemies. Pretty nice. This summon must be placed in difficult... Ooh, I quite like this. You just chuck it in the middle of a bunch of people. And it's reusable too. Oh, this is what replaces your vines, right? Sacrificial poison bomb. Yeah, it's like the summoner's flame bomb, right? But it's actually it's actually good. Maybe. Wow. To be fair, living bomb's okay. Like, I don't mind it. It's kind of fun to play with, but the fact that you can summon it within range 3 on difficult terrain, I think gives you some nice versatility of being able to actually make it happen as well, right? It's 6 damage, at least with poison going. The top? Yeah, I suppose. But it's... I don't know. It just doesn't... It doesn't strike me as particularly great at this kind of level. Like, I feel like Poison 1 is just something that we don't really care about now. It's all about Poison 2, right? I want to be poisoning 2 everything. And the bottom of this card does do that. Don't talk bad about your bomb. That was precious at early levels. I mean, like, I do enjoy playing with it. I play it all the time. I even play it in Deadly. It's kind of funny. You just need to, like, trot it into... You need to play very specifically to make it trot itself into the right place. It feels good when it happens, though. Yeah. I mean, I like this, though. I think this is pretty cool. But again, there's a lot of, like... Now we're getting a bit of redundancy in our play, right? If we did have both level 5s, now this is not so good. And, yeah, there's definitely... Like, it's... This character's kind of interesting to build because you're going to have... a lot of overlap, right? And maybe you don't want all of that overlap. I don't know. Wildsting top is just personal poison is making this attack do. Yeah, I suppose that's fair too, right? Because once you have this going, it's like now it does make everything much better. That's fair. This does just make every small attack much better. Because the pierce is very relevant as well. Especially at high levels, which you now are. So, that's fair. So, Sludge Bomb is the other level 7. Attack 2, range 3, immobilize, wound. Create difficult terrain in the hex occupied by the target if it contains no overlay tiles. And then up to 3 hexes adjacent to it containing overlay. Now that is nice. Now, this is a way to get overlay tiles on fast, right? Difficult terrain on fast. Seven initiative. Potentially create 4? Create difficult terrain in the hex occupied. And in up to 3. So it's 4. This creates 4 difficult terrain hexes. This combos really well with the poison too, right? Oh, man. Works really well with this. What a room opener that is. 7 initiative too. Ooh. Combos very well with the other summon. Yeah, almost really good with this too as well, right? I feel like this would be the perfect card though to play with this active, wouldn't it? Really. It'd be so perfect to play with this. Because you would just immediately get to poison too, like a bunch of things in the room. Gets you off to a really good, like a flying start in the scenario. And because you can do it on like 7 initiative, then, you know, your teammates will be like, thanks, we'll go in and we'll just destroy them. Makes real light work, the enemies. The bottom is remove difficult terrain from up to 4 hexes within range 1 and place them on this card. Add poison X to your next attack where X is number of tiles on this card. Oh. Poison 4? The dream? The dream? Are we gonna do a poison 4? What? I mean, it's pretty nutty. Overkill much? On a boss not immune to poison, yeah. Despite my dislike of Tabletop Simulator, do you think you'll end up playing Crimson Scales on it? I mean, possibly. I'm probably going to order a physical copy now. I mean, Nitz has offered to show me the ropes, so... I mean, I feel like there'll probably be time. Let's be honest, we're not going to be playing Frosthaven until the later part of this year, so there's going to be some time. No, I mean, I wasn't buying it because of prices initially, but now, like at the time when it came out, I couldn't financially justify it. Now I've slowed down my game buying and my other things, and things have settled down a little bit more. So, you know, and because obviously I wasn't really sure how much content I was really gonna, you know, we were gonna go through from Crimson Scales. I wasn't sure what the interest level was. Obviously, people were excited about it, but I didn't think it would be, because, you know, Gloomhaven's a pretty niche game to begin with. Then you put on top the fact that it's a niche product that's within that, you know, thing. I wasn't sure, and but obviously it's been, you know, everyone's really enjoyed it and we've had a lot of fun. So I've sort of come round on that idea. Yeah, I've already signed up on the website for the notifications, so I don't know how quickly that would come, but so Sludge Bomb, I feel like this is almost a card that I kind of wish that we had a little bit earlier. Like maybe the previous level, just so that we could then go like, I don't know, we could just play with it a bit more, because I really love the combo potential with this with Compound Toxin. Just will feel really cool. But I mean, this is obviously, like, if you want this, we haven't got any. Sinkhole's our best card, right, for creating terrain super quick. But this is a non-burn way of kind of doing the same thing. Very, you know, similar amount, right? To be fair, nobody, even the people working on it, assumed it would even do nearly this well. Yeah, I mean, as we discussed, I really wasn't sure. I mean, that was one of the reasons why I just felt like it was a huge amount of money. And to be fair, I did miss it. So I kind of like, I got it on it early. And then because the prices to ship to the UK were released and they were really, really high, I kind of ducked out at that point. Like I checked out a little bit. And I sort of unregistered whatever, or I cancelled my pre-order, I think it was. And then I kind of left it, and then there was like murmurings that they brought the price down, and at that point I just kind of missed it at that point. Like I didn't look at it again. Well, I know that they did bring the prices down a bit for the shipping. Team's gonna love this character with so much terrain. I mean, you've got ways to mitigate it for your team, right? You got cards, you got abilities, you got things you can do. You like the Crypt Nettle with the flailing ivies, though, for synergy between summons. For synergy between them both. It's interesting. I mean, they're replayable summons. You could get away with playing them both. Yeah, for sure. And the lilies, the vines top was really good, right? Flailing vines, so... This is... Like, Poison Fort feels a bit overkill to me, but, I mean, if you can do it on a boss, you're laughing, right? So... Or even just a tough elite. It basically mitigates 4 shield as well. So on something like a Flame Demon, you'd be laughing, right? So, very good. Those are our 2 level 7s, right? I mean, I think I'm taking Sludge Bomb, personally. I really like... I mean, it's going to depend on what you took. If you've got them both, then I guess it's like free reign here, but... If you went Compound Toxin bottom, then I don't think you can get any better card to enable that, you know, than Sludge Bomb. Like, that's what you've been looking for, right? A repeatable way to activate that. And that's what you're going to get. So, perfect. Whereas if you kind of went maybe for Personal Poison and you didn't go for anything else, then I think, like, you know, going for just more attacks is better. Right? Just more attacks. More. Must have more. Level 8. White Fire Balm. Place this card in one adjacent ally's active area and treat it as if they own the card. If this card is discarded, return it to your discard pile. On the next 2 sources of damage from an attack targeting you, gain Shield 3 and Retaliate 3. 1 XP. Oh no, look at the bottom of this card, chat. I'm getting flashbacks. Alright, top of this card, Poopy. No. Not interested. I'm out. It's a good amount of shield and a good amount of retaliate. Just not interested in playing this ability, though. Like, it's... We had one other card, right? That was the fungi card that kind of was a shieldy card. So there's a few little hints there at some supporty type abilities that we can do, but not where the fun of the character is, though, right? Very good shield. It is. It's really good shield. Can a summon be an adjacent ally so you get the card? No. I mean, technically it would be an adjacent ally, but it wouldn't have an active area. So no, I don't believe you can do that. The bottom, attack 1, wound 2, stun. 20 initiative. I mean, feels very similar to other cards we've seen. Good card is good, yeah. It's like Power Word Shield in WoW with Reflective Shield. Yeah, with the top, yeah. I don't dislike this kind of thing, but the thing is, in a big multiplayer game, this falls off immediately. Like, it will be there for the first sort of couple of hits, and that'll be it. There'll be certain scenarios where this will do some work. There will be. You know, survive scenarios. It will work quite well, but you're giving up, you know, potentially just playing something else. Like, you have cards that have the word stun on them, right? Like this. Like, why don't you just stun an enemy then? You don't need to do this. And do not rely on Retaliate to do damage for you. Like, Retaliate's like nice extra damage to get, but I really dislike relying on it to kill things. It's rather OP, to be honest. What, with the attack 1, wound 2? Because it's going to do... You're going to attack them for 1. Let's say, you know, whatever. Let's just say you don't draw anything. It's a non-shielded enemy. So it's non-poisoned. So you do 1. You stun them. And you wound them for 2. So on that turn, they're going to take 2 damage. So now you're up to 3. Then on the next turn, they're going to get wounded again before they get to do anything. So now you're up to 5. So at a bare minimum, really, you're going to expect to do 5 damage here. But of course... With this character, we can considerably expect that we would do more than attack 1. So let's hope that we actually get something more like an attack 3 out of it. So we're looking at a 7 damage attack, probably. Something like that, right? Hopefully. Over 2 turns. Before the enemy even gets to act. This also allows you to double stun, because you have the top stun that we had as well. So in theory, we could double stun, which is, again, always very powerful. This can literally draw a null, and you're still happy with it. Yeah, it's like when you draw a null on Perverse Edge, right? Who cares? Nobody cares. And stun shot. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. So yeah, I'm fine with this being high level because it's very powerful, but it is very strong. I'm kind of hoping that the other cards may be a bit more interesting though. Twisted Blade, attack 1, poison 2, attack 1, poison, +2 attack advantage, and gain 1 XP if this attack targets the same enemy as the previous attack ability. Oh. Now that's pretty cool. Because they'd be poison 2'd. So that would be an attack 3. That'd be an attack 5 with advantage. And then whatever you flip. Right? Both with PS2. Yeah, actually, if you have the bottom. So again, you're probably going to end up doing like 6 or 7 damage with this minimum, right? Probably. Minimum. That's a very good single target like attack card. And it gives the good thing about this too is it gives you the flexibility, right? You don't necessarily need to do single target. You could just be like, no, do you know what? I want to get poison up on a few things. Like I don't need to, or I don't want to. What, like, for example, maybe you kill the first thing, right? And then you're like, oh, I killed it because you drew, I don't know, maybe you drew like a +2 and it just dies or something. Something random that happens that kills it. And you're like, okay, well, they're going to attack something else. Like, it's very flexible. But obviously, the intent is really to try and go hard on one thing. But, yeah. The problem with drawing null on stun shot is you're playing the Tinkerer. Feels. You're playing them right now and it's working well. Look, Tinkerer was my first ever character. Has a special place in my heart. Just didn't kind of, you know, just didn't kind of stay there. But didn't really stay at like the top of the list very long. But it's got a special place in my kind of Gloomhaven fandom. But it's not, yeah, it's not in my top 5, I'd say. You prefer if they added +1 poison and +1 attack to the second and removed 1 poison from the first. +1 poison and +1 attack. Oh, so make it attack 2, poison 2. And make it attack 1, poison 1 on the first one. Well, then that means you can't switch the targets as well, I don't think. Well, maybe not. It's an interesting one. The bottom is move 3, attack 2, poison, then move 2. That's just a very versatile card, right? That's very, very versatile. 19 initiative as well. So it's just like, this is very, like, this is what I mean again by like, sometimes it's nice to have cards you could play for either or. This is a very good either or, right? Be like maybe you had a grand plan to do something with this and then the enemy's gone super early and shielded up or something and you're like, huh. I guess at least I can move and I can poison something or whatever, you know? Like, there's always, like, something you can do. This is like the one Demolitionist card. Small attacks, but bonus if all on the same target. Yeah, that's true. That is very similar. I quite like this card. I mean, this is so good, though, It's very difficult to pass up something like this. And it's a bottom attack as well, so it's going to work quite nicely into like your strengthen turns and things like that. Like there's a lot more synergy here with, you know, with your big attack as well, with your pierce and everything, right? It's going to work so well with this. Suddenly it's an attack 2. And the good thing as well is that this doesn't add poison in a way. So you probably want to be doing this on a target that's already poisoned. So, you know, potentially you could be attacking them for 3 with Pierce 2 and they're wounded and they're stunned. Like, that's nuts. Like, it's really incredible. You think you're often taking the not stun card amusingly? Well, I mean, in terms of like, I feel like this is more versatile because this really is only a bottom, and I really don't see you playing the top very often at all. Whereas I feel like this one has a little bit more play between the 2 cards, but I mean, they're pretty close. I could see why you would take this because it's just like, it's a bit different too. Also, if you're the kind of player who wants to challenge yourself a little bit more in the game in general, then like avoiding cards like this actually does you a bit more of a service, because tricks like this are very easy to fall into habits of just, you know, rinsing and repeating with stamina potions and things. So, you know, if you wanted to challenge yourself, I would try and avoid cards with the word stun on, because they made the game too easy. So that's the level 8. On to level 9, chat. Here we go. Final cards. Lingering Swamp Moss. Attack 2, Poison 4. Straight up. Nothing else. No hoops we gotta jump through. We're not consuming. We're not taking terrain off the map. We're just attacking 2, poisoning 4. Take that.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Love the name, Lingering Swamp Moss. It is good. I mean, follow it up with this, huh? I mean, come on. How good would that be? That enemy is going to actually hate you for that. Livid. What more can you say? I mean, it's simple. It's very, very simple. But I think it achieves what it wants, right? Follow it up with any of the multi-attacks, yeah. It's just incredibly... I mean, it's just incredibly useful. I mean, on the 94 initiative, though, it's a bit weird, right? You'd have to go early, I think. Really? Again, not too much of an issue, though. It's nice to have a really late one. I guess you could go super late and just run into an enemy and attack them for 2, poison for 4. Then just go super early with the double attacks, right? So in theory, you could go 94 initiative, you know, go super late, run in, attack 2, poison 4. Then on the next turn... stun the person, wound them, and then like attack them again or something, or just go for a big old set of attacks, right? Plenty of interplay with that. Go late with this, then the early with the 000. Oh, good point. Forgot about that one. The vines. The vines would be attack 4, attack 4, attack 4. Oh, God. Disgusting. Actually disgusting. Also, you could use your move and strengthen as well before you even do it. Get strengthened on those attack 4s, you know? Just in case. You never know. Okay, the bottom is each time an enemy is affected by difficult terrain or difficult terrain is created in a hex occupied by a non-flying enemy, the enemy gains immobilize. Okay. Whenever an enemy ends its turn on difficult terrain, it loses immobilize. Okay, no. This is actually super cool. Okay, this works in a very specific way, and the way it's worded is, I think, a bit confusing. But essentially what this is doing is that an enemy will move onto difficult terrain, right? So they will move onto it, and or they will have it created underneath them, and they will become immobilized, right? What this does is that when an enemy walks into a hex, so they don't start their turn on a hex that is difficult terrain, but they move into difficult terrain on their turn because they have to, they will immediately become immobilized as soon as they step into that hex. So they'll have to stop their movement. So they're stuck, right? But then when their turn ends, they lose the immobilized. So on the next turn, they could move off. They could do a move action, right? So the idea is that basically, like, your difficult terrains are like traps, like little mini immobilized traps that when they move into them, they go, ah. So it turns it basically turns all of your difficult terrain into like 0 damage immobilized traps, right? Is this when it ends its turn, right? How is it a 2-turn immobilize? Oh, you mean sinkhole? Oh, you're doing sinkhole. So yeah, so sinkhole would obviously immobilize them that turn. Then on the next turn, they would try and move away, and they would be like, now I'm immobilized again. And then on the turn after that, they might even have to move again onto another difficult turn and be immobilized again. Yes. It's actually pretty crazy. So if you wanted to go like a full ranged party, so even back at level 2, if you took that that throwing dagger card at level 2 that turned all your attacks into ranged, you're laughing. The payoff was level 9, right? Now enemies just never get to move. This also combos amazingly well with Sludge Bomb. Because Sludge Bomb immobilizes them. I mean, I guess the immobilizer is a bit irrelevant there, but, you know. This is like, it basically turns every enemy potentially into just move 1. Like, that's all they do, move 1. That could make it very easy for you on certain scenarios. If you're good with your play, your positioning, this could make it so easy for you. Yeah, this is pretty disgusting, I think. And with the focus pathing, they don't consider the immobilize. No, they won't. Like, obviously they won't want to go onto difficult terrain because it's additional movement. So they will always try to avoid difficult terrain as long as it, you know, makes sense for the amount of movement that they have, right? But yeah, the amount of difficult terrain that you create, they can't avoid it. Like, it's there, right? They're not, there's no way that they can avoid it. They're going to have to walk on it. Good value against high movement enemies. Probably don't use it in cramped areas or low movement enemies. Well, I mean, it does sweet FA, doesn't it? With ranged enemies, right? It does nothing. Like ranged enemies just laugh at you as you're like, aha. And even flying enemies laugh at you, right? Because it's just non-flying enemies, right? Also, situationally, this is kind of weird as well. Because if it says also that whenever an enemy ends its turn on difficult terrain, it loses immobilize. But importantly, at the top, it says non-flying enemy. So in a weird situation where you had a flying enemy that you immobilize through another effect, it would actually lose immobilize at the end of its turn, right? The way that that's worded. So enemies that were immobilized through other means would also lose immobilize at the end of their turn if they were on difficult terrain, including flying enemies. So that's, I mean, that's very situational and a bit weird, but Potentially, you might, for example, try and do it on a Sun Demon to try and stop them from getting towards you. But the Sun Demon would essentially lose the immobilize. But it's at the end of its turn, so I guess it probably doesn't matter. But just thinking that was a bit strange. But will you ever play the bottom, though? Repeatable top, maybe too good. I feel like the bottom is a very specific way of playing, though. Like, the top is just, you know, super value, right? But the bottom I like because it's, like, completely changes the game. Like, it does. And that's what a good level 9 should do. It suddenly turns to, like, these enemies can't affect us anymore. Like, they just can't. It will make the game maybe a bit grindy, I would say. But, like, in terms of trying to, like, just destroy enemies and lock enemies out of the game, this could just completely lock enemies down. And in the scenarios where perhaps there's just loads of ranged enemies, well, play the top then. You know? Just play the top instead. Do we have a ruling on what happens when they would move through an ally standing on difficult terrain? They would literally been able to move. It's super weird. Yeah, I guess the thing is that they would technically... isn't there some sort of weird ruling somewhere about, like, you know, that people can't be on the same hex as each other? Isn't there some strange ruling about that? Like, that they would have to... They would be moved to a hex, like, adjacent to them or something? Like, and it would be ambiguous, so maybe players would choose or something? I don't know. Yeah, it's weird, though. It's very strange. Hey, McFlutchter. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for using your Bezos bucks, your Prime Gaming sub here. I really appreciate your Amazon Prime sub. Welcome to Adventure Empire, my friend. Good to have you here with us. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. They treat the hex as an obstacle. Ah, that's fair then. But then if they're flying, they can get through it, right? I guess the flying part of this, but then they don't get immobilized anyway. Whatever. Flying enemies make things weird, but... Thanks from Germany. Awesome. It's getting late in Germany now. I've been considering coming to Spiel this year. I'm thinking about it. It's been about 5 years since I've been to Spiel. And I've been considering it again. I got some holiday. I got some board game funds. I'm tempted. Isn't it late where I am too? Yeah, but it's like our regular kind of time. Though we're finishing up, right? This is about finishing up time. In Essen? Yes. In Essen, yeah. You guys call it, I call it Spiel, but it's like, you guys don't call it that, do you?
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Yeah, Essen, yeah. It's been 5 years since I've been. I had an absolute blast last time I went. I had a really fun time. And it was incredible. Like, the size of it is just insane. And I came back with... I went over with an empty suitcase on purpose, and I filled it with games and brought it back. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Right next to your home, I'm jealous. Actually jealous. So anyway, Lingering Swamp Moss, I think we know this is super, super good. And this is, like, just some kind of... I don't know, like... This busts scenarios in certain ways, which a level 9 should do. And I'm kind of about that, so...
No, that's a lot of damage.
Need to eat currywurst. Oh, currywurst. I had a lot of currywurst. I love it. The food in Germany is like, that's my favorite food. I love German food. And beer, obviously. Complex toxicology. There's a lot of things printed on this card, chat, and we're starting off with some bangers. Stun all enemies with immobilize. Disarm all enemies with wound. Wound all enemies with muddle. Muddle all enemies with poison. All enemies in the same room as you with 2 or more negative conditions suffer 2 damage. We Cthulhu now. We Cthulhu now. I mean, why can't we have both of these cards, please? Stun everything all the time. I mean, it would kind of be maybe a bit redundant, but kind of interesting. Top 4 don't specify room or range. That's true. So any enemy that is wherever they are in the scenario, if they have any of these things, they get it, right? So let's think about the two things that are most likely to kind of happen for us, chat. So the most likely thing to happen for us is probably disarm on the wound and maybe muddle on the poison, right? I mean, these two things are possible. We have some good immobilize. But you generally tend to immobilize, and that's your choice method of CC, right? Is that my immobilizing is the method. So to stun an enemy who is immobilized. Also bear in mind that this is the top of a card. So also the way that this plays is also kind of a bit weird, right? Because wound persists through multiple rounds. An enemy could be wounded for multiple rounds. So, you know, when you play this, there's a good chance you're going to be able to get them. You're going to be able to snag them, right? Poison, similar. Also persists through multiple rounds. So it's a good chance that we can probably snag people who are poisoned or wounded. However, trying to snag enemies who are muddled or immobilized is a bit more specific, because obviously that's going to wear off. You could go super late, I guess, and try and hope. Or, you know, go super late with the immobilized last turn, then go early and go for the stun. But again, it's a little bit of redundancy there, because immobilize is something that you really target like melee enemies with, or specific enemies with, usually, and that's your way of dealing with them. So to add stun on top of that seems a bit maybe overkill. Maybe not, but could be. So I feel like where we're at really is this. We're evaluating this card pretty much almost purely on this, I think. Right? Wistful wounding synergy. Oof. That could be good. Too many words. Just stab them with poison 4. This makes anticoagulant better. That was that one, right? No. Which one was that? The 12. Was that the 12? Oh, yeah, with this. Oh, it does. Super does. Suddenly we can get some free stuns. Sorry, free disarms. Yeah, it does. 2 or more negative conditions on enemies is kind of interesting. I feel like we've got a really good shot at getting, you know, poison easily up. Wound also fairly easily up. Immobilize is another one that we do get fair access to, but obviously this is the choice between 2 level 9s, so we can't really sort of think about that one. So immobilize is a little bit less so. I think muddle is something that we did have a fair bit. We had a couple of, like, we've got the target 2 if they're on difficult terrain 1 that does muddle. We've also got a ranged attack that does muddle. So we've got a bit of muddle, like. And also, I believe that the muddles are all attached to poisons. So that would work quite nicely in the sense that we would get like a free wound. And then suffer 2 damage. I mean, there's a lot of text on this card. Feels like a lot of things to work towards, right? Remember how naive we were 4 weeks ago when we thought 2 to 3 classes per stream? I mean, come on. I guess we should have known better, really. I mean, if I don't talk about a class for like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours straight, is it really even a guide or really even a discussion, you know? I don't know. Is it really even a review? The bottom is attack 1, range 3, target 2, poison 2, muddle, and wound. I mean, that's pretty good. To be fair, if every class was just like the brute, to a stream does seem manageable. Well, maybe. But usually there's always something going on. We also have had lots of, like, we haven't had a character that has a small hand size yet. Like, I think every character that we've had has had at least 10. I think. So that's always like a couple of extra cards at the beginning. And they're complex, yeah. This is like a quite hard card to evaluate, I think. Like, there are elements of it that I really like. Like, I quite like the top because I'm getting that Cthulhu vibe. You know, the kind of accelerated end vibe, right? I'm thinking, this is pretty cool. And obviously, if we could disarm, like, a whole room, that's crazy. But would we be able to disarm a whole room? It's not, like, unconditional. There's a fair bit of setup. The 2 damage to everything as well is super cool. See you, Kira. Enjoy your dinner. You'd probably do the bottom, even in melee disadvantage, just to follow up right away with the top multi-attacks. That's true. The bottom attack, again, just being super, super valuable. We've got quite a lot of bottom attacks now, too. This character's damage output is actually pretty insane, right? Once you get going. Oh, this is tough. Between these two, it's... I'll say one thing about this character, which... I think I mean, I haven't seen two distinct builds. Does that make sense? With this character? It feels very much like... Well, you've kind of got, like, I guess you go really hard on the poison and maybe you go a bit harder on the terrain, but like you either go a bit more difficult terrain or a bit more poison, but they both use strong elements from either camp, right? Yeah, heavy poison or hard on terrain, but they both use kind of, like, I feel like there's a good spot to be a hybrid between the two. Like, they both work well with each other. Like, there's no like card where I'm like, well, that doesn't work with that build. Like, no, you'd only pick this one if you pick this card. There hasn't really been that moment. But the terrain poisons them at level 5. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's good cards for both sides of it, right? That's why you think there's a lot of versatility and you're able to play this character several times. I think, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of opportunity. I mean, I probably wouldn't rush out because I would feel like, personally, I'd feel like I would have seen pretty much everything the character could have done in one single playthrough. That's not a bad thing, by the way. Like, but there is definitely like some flexibility to be like, okay, if I wanted to do this slightly better, maybe I'd take this card and change it out. Like, it's the kind of character that I would tinker with, maybe not play a full playthrough from. Like, this really, to me, feels like a good Guildmaster character, actually, for like Gloomhaven Digital, where it feels like there's a really nice middle ground somewhere, or a good combination of the cards, and I really don't know what that is at the moment. But playing it and having the opportunity to just like, okay, let's play these cards up to level 5. Okay, now let's reset the character, let's pick different characters, let's play again. Like, I feel like there's some room for some exploration there to kind of get the character how you like, but I don't feel like a different playthrough would be vastly different from another. Like, if you were to play like a house rule where you say you can change your cards at any point as long as you've like leveled up to that point, this would be quite a good character for that, because you'd actually have some, okay, like I've tried going hard on the poison, maybe now I'd like to try just doing a little bit more of the terrain stuff, so I'll switch like 2 cards out. Like, literally make a very minor change and see how that affects the play. You fundamentally disagree with how Isaac doesn't want people experimenting with their level up choices. Well, I think there's pluses and minuses to both ways of doing it, right? The benefit for being hard on it and saying, no, you have to pick one and that's what you have to do, and there's no flexibility to respec. The benefit of that for the game in general is that if you do create multiple builds, there's a reason to play a character a second or a third time, or however many times you want to play, right? There is a actual real benefit for it. However, I feel like the average player, that's a little bit too harsh. I feel like the average player won't know right from the get-go, this is what I should do. This is how I should go. Probably end up doing a bit of everything. End up with some kind of wacky build, like, that uses elements of everything, most possibly. And end up with a kind of a weird thing. And then towards the end, be like, oh, I know what I gotta do now. You know, I don't think it's fair to say to a player, you need to build your character with a level 5 card in mind. I don't think that's particularly fair. Because, I mean, what? You're playing the game for the first time, and you're expected to not only learn your level 1s, but when you go to level up, you should have a plan in place to know what you're taking, level 2, 3, 4, 5, so that you know that you're building towards a card. That's why I'm not a fan of certain characters. Scoundrels, really hate Scoundrel for this. Is basically having a card that unlocks a particular type of build. So for the Scoundrel, the ranged build gets unlocked at a high level card. So if you didn't know that card existed, or you weren't building towards it, you're going to get to that point and be like, you know, oh, that would have been cool if I'd known about that. I think it's a bit, yeah. So, you know, there are pluses and minuses to both ways of doing it. Crippling poison? No. Watch it burn? Was it watch it burn? Watch it burn. Watch it burn? Level 9. I mean, it is level 9. True, but I feel like, yeah, maybe the Scoundrel is a bad example, but, you know, there are other kind of like similar things to do with that, right? As a general design philosophy, I think in general, it's awkward to ask players to look ahead and make plans around one card, right? So just like in general, I don't think it's great for the first player experience. Once you've played the game, the character once all the way through, or to a good level, I think that kind of experience does go away, because then you kind of know, and you know what to do, and you kind of be a bit more reasons with it. But it doesn't lend itself very well to like let's just pick a card and see what happens type thing. I mean, the good thing about board games is people can always house rule them, right? So that is the saving grace of every board game, is that if you don't like it, just play it the way you want to play it, man. Doesn't matter. But when we're talking about digital games, that's different. It needs to be either modded, or there needs to be an allowance for it, right? You think a great example is people taking Blinding Flash at level 2 on the Tinkerer, and they realize this level 2 loss actually sucks a lot. Yeah, possibly. Yeah. But that's, there are things like that I think the game does poorly. But the benefit is that there are multiple plays for experienced players. Like, people who really want to get into the depth of the characters in the game have the opportunity to play through a character 3 times, or twice, or however many times it takes to actually come up with different ways of playing, right? Bum. Tinker was your first character in the board game. You played him a lot in digital and realized that he's just not that great, unfortunately, which is a shame because you loved him the first time. He's the best character to play first character. He is, because realistically, there's only things only improve, right? That's why when everybody says, "Oh, I don't really know if I want to play the Tinkerer or not," I'm like, look, if you're ever going to play the Tinkerer, make it your first character. because it's not bad at level 1 in comparison to the other characters. It actually has really good damage output at level 1, huge hand size, so it's very forgiving. You've got a lot of different mix of abilities that you can do, some very good abilities. It is probably, maybe, I mean, I feel like, you know, some of the other characters are strong, but I think it is, in terms of damage output, when everybody is learning the game, it's really good. Like, you know, your brute player will be like, yeah, I'm going to hit this guy for 2. I'm going to play Sweeping Blow and hit 2 things for 2 and draw a -1 and a -2 and do no damage. Whereas you're there with your eagle eye goggles using, like, you know, net shooter and ink bomb, blowing stuff up. You know, there's, like, I feel like the character has a lot of early game fun when everybody else around them is around level 1, but it just does not transition well. Like, it does not. So it's just one of those characters you really need to get into. Crimson Scales is crazy because there's many classes as Gloomhaven that have more viable builds for each one. It's a ton of content. 16 in the second print-in, 16 times 2, 32 builds or more. Yeah, what I say, like, I'd argue that this character in particular has, I mean, it has potentially two builds, but I feel like they are very complementary to each other, which is not, like I said, it's not a bad thing at all. So this character to me does not feel like something like, say, the Spellweavers, let's say, for example, who might have like 2 very distinct builds. You know, Spellweaver has a distinct support build and a damagey build, or whatever you want to go. And there's a few different choices you can make within those 2 builds as well, good or bad. But, you know, there are options with different characters, or you want to go for a different build with Beast Tyrant, for example. There's 2 very distinct builds with Beast Tyrant too. Whereas I feel like this character is a lot more like, they have a lot of overlap between their 2 builds because they both make use out of each other. And that's not a bad thing. It just means you have a lot of options as a player. When you level up, you could take either of the 2 cards and it's going to do something for you. It's very, I feel like these characters will be very difficult to make a mistake, like at level up, right? There's that one card, which is the Disarm Self card. That would be a mistake. But the rest of the level ups I thought were, you know, at times pretty close to each other most of the time. Like in terms of viability of pick, and, you know, you're not going to ruin your character, right? Overall, I like this class. Yeah, I do. I think this is really, I think it's really interesting. The mechanic is really simple. You know, just basically playing around with more poison, more wound, playing around with difficult terrain, which is something that is, you know, already in the game. And so it doesn't add anything new to the mechanic, which it gives it more of a classic character feel, which was similar to I think I said that too about the Hierophant, right? Because the prayers were pretty standard. Like, it felt very like it could fit alongside a regular Gloomhaven party and probably not feel too out of place. Like, it just doesn't, like, it just feels like it would fit, right? Your biggest gripe with the class is it has classic circles class issues of the class will do well except when it doesn't. It has good scenarios and it has bad scenarios. I can see that there's potential here that certain enemy types, certain scenario setups could be awkward for you. Which is why maybe I'll just advocate taking that level 2, you know, daggers card, because I feel like that opens stuff up to you a bit more. You're a little bit less all in, but there's a lot of damage on this character, a lot of damage. You just need to keep yourself alive. So good use of your early initiatives and then your late initiatives, then your earlies to try and do damage and get away. Try and dodge enemies through the use of your initiatives. Invisibility cape is going to be a godsend, right? It's pretty much a requirement on this character. You got your own little bit of invisibility with hide and seek, which is good. I'm really surprised there was no push or pull. I will say that. Maybe it's just because it would be a bit too easy. I don't know. Just surprised. I felt like this character would very naturally have worked great with pull or push, right? Just would have worked really well. Again, maybe a bit too good. I don't know, but maybe it was like maybe that was just a little bit too much to add. Like then maybe there would be just one too many things that the character could do. I don't know, but that feels quite good. Wait, does poison 4 means it poisons and the poison adds 4 damage? Yes. Basically, it's poison. It's stacking poison. The way that this character works is it can stack poison and wound up to 4. So you can't... well, that's actually technically incorrect. I probably described that poorly then. Essentially, you can get a counter of 4, 3, 2, or 1. It doesn't stack, so you can't wound to get wound 3. You have to play a wound 3, but essentially the effect stacks, but the tokens don't. That's neat. Yeah, it's a really cool mechanic. So I do really like this character. I think it has got that classic feel. It's got big damage, which I like. It's got flashy big damage as well. A few attack alls in there, 2 of them, 2 good ones. So I'm all in. You've even got a really good X attack all type card as well, which kind of gets the juices flowing nice and early, right? Sinkhole. I think this is actually a really cool burn effect to just get things going for you with a difficult terrain, but also just another card that could potentially be abused in a really good way. Hand size might be a little bit of an issue with your 10 cards because you've got a couple of really tasty burns, so you'll have to be a bit careful with that. I feel like maybe we can support 1 active, but if you're playing with a lot of other melee characters, I can see that this whole difficult terrain situation could get a little bit awkward. If you are playing with a bunch of ranged allies, so mostly ranged, then I think that you can use the terrain in really clever ways to distance yourself from the enemies and still get good attacks off. So this character's it's got some similarities to a lot of other in gameplay mechanics. It feels like it's kind of like a scoundrel and mind thief kind of mix in some ways. But then with all of the terrain stuff, it feels a bit crack-hearty because, you want to be like, okay, I can put some difficult terrain there. Then that guy's got to move around it. So there's some kind of rock slide vibes going on there. That's obviously something that I love about that character. So it's a good mix. I think it works really well. Just maybe a bit too much of a glass cannon. So you'd have to be really careful not to just get blown up, I think. A scoundrel mind thief mix is just mind thief. Well, fair. True. Mind thief is just kind of like the better scoundrel, right? 2 feast or famine for your preference or playstyle. That's fair. It is very all in certain aspects. Similar maybe to triangles. If you get off to a rough start, it's going to be hard, but I think that's true of quite a few different characters though. Triangles is one of them. Lightning bolt is one of them too, actually, because lightning bolt, if you end up taking a big hit early on, so you can't use your health as a resource, that can really be very hard for you to recover from, especially low levels when most of your mechanics are about taking damage to do something, and that can be really rough. Protecting yourself is going to be hard, right? What would I think of its original 5 to 11 health curve? Okay, so what is it now? So originally it started on 5 and it went 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? No. No way. Like, so it didn't actually gain any health at a level up point? Yeah, like there's like 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 or something? Rough. It's still the old one on the website? I got this from the website today, so... Oh, wow. 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, my God. Oh, dude. That's no good. Oh, directly on the website? Oh, okay. If you go to the file section, it's all the new stuff. That seems really harsh. I mean, I get it. I get it because this character is incredibly strong. So when you have a really strong character, you do need to give it some serious, you know, some serious kind of like downsides, I guess, or some risks. But it doesn't have a huge amount of survivability, I would say, outside of like that one invisibility card. And obviously that we got a fair bit of stun and immobilize. Like there's some good control abilities mixed in too, but this would be really harsh. I think you would, yeah, you would struggle. Your real issue is leveling up to level 2 doesn't feel good in the old pool. I guess it depends on where you think the power spikes of the characters are, right? So if you think your character is the most powerful at level 1 compared to everybody else, then I guess it would kind of make sense to keep this low to begin with. You know, if you feel like your character is super powerful at level 1 and 2, and then perhaps other characters catch up, that would maybe make sense, but I don't necessarily feel like that's the case. This character feels like it's just, its power level just goes up like pretty like standard. Like maybe you'd say at level 5 there's a bump, but that's true of all of the characters now, right? Because the way the new kind of class got a design philosophy is level 5 is the unlock level, if you like. You see a sick vermling in the image behind the background, behind the image. What, in this one? Oh, what? Wait, in here? I ain't seen it. Do all CS characters have cool level 5s? Just so excited for your copy. Oh, in the DM. Oh, okay. Oh, the ruin morph behind. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think it would be very good for players. I think in general you need to see growth, and I think it's pretty harsh. I understand why it was done though, because say this character's very strong, probably the strongest that we've reviewed in terms of like just raw power level when everything is firing. I think this one's probably the strongest we've reviewed so far. Just like what it can do is just like traditional Gloomhaven power level, whereas some of the other characters are a little bit more I don't know, maybe a bit more in line with newer design sensibilities, or perhaps you have to work a bit harder for it or something. This character feels like, hey, we just gave you a bunch of ridiculous poison and wound and stun and have at it, right? You think it isn't as strong as it looks on paper? I mean, it is going to come down to like I said, this is a kind of a difficult one to evaluate, because how much difficult terrain do we need? How much poison do we need? Are we going to be able to protect ourselves? These are all things that you only find out from playing, right? You don't find this stuff out just on paper. Like, you need to have a team that can help you out a little bit too. I would, on a team where you were the only melee character, or maybe the other melee characters were also fairly low health, kind of glass cannon-y type people, you would struggle. You need a tank, right? This character needs a tank. This character needs somebody out front doing that, soaking that damage so you can do your thing. If you're left your own devices on the Mirefoot, like the enemy doesn't screw with you too much, you just go off and do silly, insane things. But if the enemy does screw with you, gets all up in your grill, you're going to struggle. So there is the Mirefoot class. Quite an interesting one. One that really takes that kind of difficult terrain, which was something that wasn't really kind of used by players very much. It was kind of just an obstacle for players, or an obstacle maybe for enemies. So had some positioning uses in the kind of the game before. But this character really starts to use that to their advantage, which is really neat, actually. Again, with the Crimson Scales characters, I feel like I say this quite often with them. But if you can just take something that kind of already exists and then maybe add another layer of interaction on top, you know, you're gonna probably make a really good class. You know, it's probably gonna work really well within Gloomhaven, because you're not trying to reinvent and this brand new mechanic that's gonna maybe live alongside loads of other mechanics that already exist. No, you're just kind of like reiterating or refining, or kind of just changing, or just some small little thing. And that's really what most of the Gloomhaven classes are actually quite good at. You know, just you're able to break one rule maybe that other kind of classes can't break, and that's really cool. Before we wrap up, a big thank you again to my supporters over on Patreon and over on Twitch. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. And Kira for the legendary support dude on Patreon. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. If you would like to catch an episode of this live, come over to twitch.tv/ManageRequest. On Wednesdays is when I do Crimson Scales, but I also stream on Mondays and Sundays as well. So you can always come over, and if you want to talk Gloomhaven, I'm always happy to talk Gloomhaven. Okay, thank you so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think still, yeah.
That's the blessing from Chat. That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?